Mr. Close,
Here.
Mr. Avery,
Here.
Ms. Rodriguez,
Here.
Mr. Jackson,
Here.
and Mr. Cooper.
Here.
With all members present, we have quorum.
All right. Do we have a motion to move into closed session?
So
So
moved.
moved. Second.
And Mr. Jackson and Mr. Close. Mr. Rogers,
Yes.
Mr. Duraco,
Yes.
Mr. Close,
Yes.
Mr. Avery,
Yes.
Ms. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mr. Jackson,
Yes.
and Mr. Cooper.
Yes.
Okay, see you guys on the other link.
Nick,
Yes.
can
Yes.
you text me the executive phone-in link, please?
Yes, I'll send that right over.
Thank you. Bye.
Hey, Dana, I just sent you an email. Print that out for me, please.
Or before, really. Yeah, 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 okay. That,
Mr. Bennett?
Good morning, Director.
Good morning. How are we doing with quorum here? Let's see.
I have 6 members present.
Okay.
Mr. Duraco is not present currently.
I see him. He's on.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Ms. Rodriguez.
Oh, okay. All right. We'll give. I guess it's 9:51. Since we have a fairly large agenda, I'd like to start up again. just want to let everyone know, we previously opened this meeting at approximately 9 a.m. this morning and then went into closed session, and now we are back in open. And I think I want to, if you want to just do a quick roll call, just that everybody's on.
Okay.
Just about it.
Mr. Rogers?
Here.
Mr. Duraco?
Here.
Mr. Close?
Here.
Mr. Avery?
Here.
Ms. Rodriguez? Mr. Jackson?
Here.
And Mr. Cooper?
Here.
6 of the 7 are present.
Okay, great. I guess, do we have a motion to adopt the minutes of the July 8th, 2026 meeting as presented?
So moved.
Second.
I have Mr. Close and Mr. Cooper. Mr. Rogers?
Yes.
Mr. Duraco?
Yes.
Mr. Close?
Yes.
Mr. Avery?
Yes.
Ms. Rodriguez?
yes,
Mr. Jackson?
Yes.
And Mr. Cooper?
Yes.
Motion approved.
All right, our first ethics item, Mr. Marthal.
Thank you, Director. So the first matter is 22-009. Here, the board is being asked to approve a notice of determination to 2 LGOs where the board is dismissing the complaint for having no reasonable factual basis and for a lack of jurisdiction.
Thank you. Any questions, concerns? All right. Do we have a motion to issue a notice of determination to 2 LGOs dismissing the complaint as having no reasonable factual basis and for a lack of jurisdiction?
Make that motion.
Second.
I believe I heard Mr. Duraco and Mr. Jackson.
Yes.
Mr. Rogers?
Yes.
Mr. Duraco?
Yes.
Mr. Close?
Yes.
Mr. Avery?
Yes.
Ms. Rodriguez?
yes,
Mr. Jackson?
Yeah.
And Mr. Cooper?
Yes.
Motion approved.
Next item.
The next matter is 22-028. Here, the board is being asked to approve a notice of determination to 1 LGO where the board is dismissing the complaint for having no reasonable factual basis.
Any questions, concerns? All right, hearing none. Do we have a motion to issue a notice of determination to 1 LGO dismissing the complaint as having no reasonable factual basis?
So moved.
I'll second.
I believe that was Mr. Duraco and Mr. Jackson. Mr. Rogers?
Yes.
Mr. Duraco?
Yes.
Mr. Close?
Yes.
Mr. Avery?
Yes.
Ms. Rodriguez?
yes,
Mr. Jackson?
Yes.
And Mr. Cooper?
Yes.
Motion approved.
Next matter.
Next matter is 22-034. Here, the board is being asked to approve a notice of determination to 1 LGO where the board is dismissing the complaint for having no reasonable factual basis.
Questions, concerns? All right, hearing none. Do we have a motion to issue a notice of determination to 1 LGO dismissing the complaint as having no reasonable factual basis?
So
I'll
moved.
move it. I'll second it.
I believe I heard Mr. Duraco moving and Mr. Avery seconding.
That's fine.
Mr. Rogers?
Yes.
Mr. Duraco?
Yes.
Mr. Close?
Yes.
Mr. Avery?
Yes.
Ms. Rodriguez?
yes,
Mr. Jackson?
Yes.
And Mr. Cooper?
Yes.
Motion approved.
Next matter.
The next matter is 23-031. Here, the board is being asked to approve a notice of determination to 1 LGO where the board is dismissing the complaint for having no reasonable factual basis.
Okay. Any questions, concerns? Okay, hearing none. Do we have a motion to issue a notice of determination to 1 LGO dismissing the complaint as having no reasonable factual basis?
Move it.
second,
I have Mr. Jackson and Ms. Rodriguez. Mr. Rogers?
Yes.
Mr. Duraco?
Yes.
Ms. Rodriguez,
yes,
Mr. Jackson,
Yes.
and Mr. Cooper.
Yes.
Motion approved.
Next matter.
The next matter is 25-037. Here, the board is being asked to approve a notice of investigation to one LGO to investigate potential violations of subsections A and D.
Any questions, concerns? Hearing none. Do we have a motion to issue a notice of investigation to one LGO investigating for possible violations of subsections A and D?
So moved.
I believe I heard Mr. Cooper move. I don't have a second.
Second.
second,
I know I heard Mr. Close seconding it. Mr. Rogers,
Yes.
Mr. Duraco,
Yes.
Mr. Close,
yes,
Mr. Avery,
Yes.
Ms. Rodriguez,
yes,
Mr. Jackson,
Yes.
and Mr. Cooper.
Yes.
Motion approved.
Next matter.
The next matter is 25-047. Here, the board is being asked to approve a notice of determination to one LGO where the board is dismissing the complaint for having no reasonable factual basis.
Questions, concerns? Hearing none. Motion, do we have a motion to issue a notice of determination to one LGO dismissing the complaint as having no reasonable factual basis?
so move,
I'll second it.
Ms. Rodriguez and Mr. Duraco, Mr. Rogers,
Yes.
Mr. Duraco,
Yes.
Mr. Close,
yes,
Mr. Avery,
Yes.
Ms. Rodriguez,
yes,
Mr. Jackson,
Yes.
and Mr. Cooper.
Yes.
Motion approved.
Okay, next matter.
The next matter is 26-004. Here, the board is being asked to approve a notice of determination to one LGO where the board is dismissing the complaint for having no reasonable factual basis.
Questions, concerns? Hearing none. Do we have a motion to issue a notice of determination to one LGO dismissing the complaint as having no reasonable factual basis?
So moved.
second,
And Mr. Cooper and Ms. Rodriguez, Mr. Rogers,
Yes.
Mr. Duraco,
Yes.
Mr. Close,
no,
Mr. Avery,
Yes.
Ms. Rodriguez,
yes,
Mr. Jackson,
Yes.
and Mr. Cooper.
Yes.
Motion approved.
Mr. Avery, I think this is the one you're recusing yourself from.
Yep, so the last matter before the board is 24-001. As the director has said, Mr. Avery has recused from this matter. Here, the board is being asked to approve a notice of dismissal against one LGO. The board had investigated the matter for potential violations of the local government ethics law and found no violations.
Any questions, concerns? Hearing none. Do we have a motion to issue a notice dismissal to one LGO dismissing the complaint following an investigation?
I'll move it. Second.
Mr. Jackson and Mr. Cooper, Mr. Rogers,
Yes.
Mr. Duraco,
Yes.
Mr. Close,
yes,
Mr. Avery is recused, Ms. Rodriguez,
yes,
Mr. Jackson,
Yes.
and Mr. Cooper.
Yes.
Motion approved.
Okay. You want to let Mr. Avery know if he's?
Yep. In public,
Okay.
he did not have to exit the meeting, so,
Oh, okay,
but
great.
he's back.
All
He's
right,
back in.
excellent. All right, so before we get into applications, I just want to remind everyone to stay muted to eliminate background noise. Greatly appreciated. And if you're on audio, you can *6 to mute and unmute yourself. And then when your application is up, please have your video on if you're testifying and you're not an attorney, because we need to see you to be sworn in. So just keep that in mind, but just remain muted unless you are speaking on an application. I think that's it. I guess our first application is Buena Vista Township Fire District.
Good morning, Director. Matt Jessup, McManaman, Scotland and Bauman.
Morning, Mr. Jessup.
How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
Good. So Director, we have with us from the Fire District, Randall Knapp. I see Randall, I think, on maybe without the camera for the moment. And we should also have Rich Braslow, who is, of course, General Counsel to the Fire District.
I am on.
Okay.
Thank you.
Have you on video if we need to swear you in. Are you able to come on with video? Whoever is part of your team here, Mr. Jessup?
Yeah, Randy,
Thanks.
Matt Jessup here. Can you turn on, if you can hear us, can you turn on your video and unmute yourself so that we can, the board can swear you in, please?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
We hear you. Yep. We can see you. Great. Lauren, can you swear in Mr. Knapp?
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Jessup, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you. So good morning, everyone. This is an application by the Township of Buena Vista Fire District Number 1, pursuant to NJSA 485A-6, in connection with the bonded note financing and acquisition of a fire pumper truck. On February 17th, 2024, voters approved the fire district's acquisition and financing of the fire truck in an amount of $995,000 by a vote of 26-5. Realizing that the cost of the truck would be just over $1 million, the fire district held a special meeting on May 27th, 2025, seeking voter approval to spend an additional $60,000 in capital funds to complete the purchase of the fire truck. That proposal passed with a vote of 8-0. The fire district is procuring the truck through the Houston Galveston Area Council, which I know the board is more than familiar with. This truck will replace a 25-year-old truck with nearly 30,000 road miles and over 2,300 service hours on it. Perhaps not surprisingly, the outgoing truck has proven unreliable in emergencies, having repeatedly broken down. And given its age, replacement parts are scarce, repair costs continue to climb. The fire district will sell the outgoing truck for whatever salvage value it can recover, but obviously we're not anticipating any meaningful payment there. The total purchase price for the truck is approximately $1,022,000. Net of the $60,000 cash down payment, the fire district plans to finance the balance for a term of 20 years through a mix of bonds and bond anticipation notes. At a 5% interest rate, average annual debt service is about $80,300 per year, which results in a tax increase of about $110 to the average assessed value homeowner. We are expecting delivery of the truck in about a year. And when we do issue debt to finance the acquisition of this truck, it will add to the only other outstanding debt, which is about $1 million in a loan through the USDA, which was a construction loan for a firehouse with debt service running till 2041. And with that, Director, we'll turn it back to you and the board.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Jessup. I guess my one question is, there's no unrestricted funds being used by the district to offset any debt financing. Is that correct?
I think it's the $60,000 that we had presumed as the down payment
Down payment.
on the
Okay.
truck.
Okay. And that's coming from the unrestricted
Cash down
fund
payment.
balance? Yep. That's the unrestricted? That's going
Yes.
to come from the unrestricted? Okay. Okay. That was the only question I had. I'll open it up to the board for any questions at this time.
I have one question, Director. Mr. Jessup, in other applications, we've seen delivery times, 3-4 years. I'm just wondering, the 1 year time frame is actually refreshing us. How's that coming about?
Yeah, I would say don't get too used to it. So what we've seen manufacturers do is they basically have these stock trucks that they make available pretty quickly, right? So depending on whether you're looking for something a little more unique or something that's stock, they periodically provide an opportunity to grab one of these stock trucks, which obviously significantly shortens the time period for delivery. But that's not really an indication of the overall problem that you're speaking to. In fact, you're going to hear an application later from us, and I suspect you may hear other applications in between us where delivery times are still multiple years to get the trucks in.
Thank you, sir.
So our problem is not resolved, unfortunately.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. Anyone else? All right. Hearing no further questions, do we have a motion to render positive findings in the amount not to exceed $1,055,000?
So moved.
Second.
We have Mr. Duraco, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Rogers,
Yes.
Mr. Duraco, Yes. Mr. Close,
Yes.
Mr. Avery,
Yes.
Ms. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mr. Jackson,
Yes.
and Mr. Cooper.
Yes.
Motion approved.
Thank
All right.
you.
Great. Thank you, Mr.
Excellent. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Just want to make sure I have this right on the agenda. Hold on one second. Oh, okay. That's what I thought. East Brunswick is our next application. Do we have representatives? I know we're actually a few minutes ahead. Let's keep it moving. All right.
Good morning, Kate Senza-Keynes on behalf of East Brunswick Fire District Number 1. And we have on here Chairman of the Board, Bruce Smith.
Great. Welcome. All right. Do we have everybody on video that's going to testify? Non-attorneys. Okay. I guess, Lauren, you're up.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right. Floor is yours.
We're here today seeking approval to finance a Ferrara Inferno HD77 rear mount quint with necessary equipment to make emergency response vehicle functional together with additional related equipment not to exceed $1,644,328.41. The apparatus shall be purchased through a national cooperative, the Houston Galveston Area Council, for a total price of $1,510,966.22. The cost of the additional related equipment is radio communications equipment and accessories not to exceed $79,535.60. Additional related equipment, an Opticom vehicle emitter not to exceed $1,945. And additional related equipment to make the apparatus functional, new apparatus equipment, tools, hose, saws, and etc. not to exceed $51,881.59. The financing lease with an option to purchase has been obtained through competitive bid for 5, 7, and 10 years. It was sent to 8 prospective vendors and 2 proposals were received. The board chose the 10-year proposal received from Community Leasing Partners with an annual interest rate of 3.975%, which results in an annual principal and interest payment of $202,482.11. The apparatus to be retired upon the arrival of the Ferrara is the 1997 Pierce Dash pumper with 45,156 miles and 4,724 engine hours. The apparatus is obsolete and cost prohibitive to repair and will be sold subsequent to the delivery of the new apparatus to offset the cost of the proposed procurement. The financing will occur in 2026 with the initial payment occurring in fiscal year 2027. Luckily, as Mr. Jessup just stated, this is one of those stock trucks, so we're hoping to get the truck in 2027. The public referendum to authorize this project for financing was held on February 21st, 2026. At the time, the legal voters approved financing not to exceed the amount of $2.5 million with a vote of 278 yes and 61 no. That's all I have.
That's all you have. Okay. Just want to make sure. All right. Thank you. All right. I guess I'll submit the same question. Is my understanding correct? There's no unrestricted or restricted fund balance being used to offset any of the debt financing.
No, here we're not. Once the truck comes in service, we will be selling the older truck. The truck will be 30 years old by the time we take delivery. We'll be selling that truck and putting it towards the payments, the debt service payments.
Right. But is there any specific reason why you're not using any of the unrestricted fund balance to offset some of the debt financing?
The district has been trying to update their fleet. So they actually have another truck that they purchased a couple of years ago, which with the delivery time hasn't even been delivered yet. So they're starting that. They had put a significant amount down on that truck.
Okay. That explains that amount. Okay. Very good. That answers my question. Okay. I'll open it up to questions at this time. Not hearing any. Okay. All right. I guess it's ready for a motion. Do we have a motion to render positive findings in the amount not to exceed $1,644,329?
I'll move.
I'll second it.
Okay.
Mr. Close and Mr. Duraco, Mr. Rogers.
Yes.
Mr. Duraco,
Yes.
Mr. Close,
Yes, and I want to commend the applicant on the explanation about the fund balance, but also the savings that the district is realizing through the process that they observed. It was very detailed. I'd like to see that. Thank you.
Mr. Avery,
Yes.
Ms. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mr. Jackson,
Yes.
and Mr. Cooper.
Yes.
Motion approved.
Okay. Thank you. Have a great day. All right. Moving on to Burlington Township Fire District application.
I'm here again, Kate Spencer-Keynes, on behalf of Burlington Fire District Number 1, and we have Fire District Administrator Steven Fazekas on.
Is he on video? Let's see.
Yes, he should be. I just saw him pop by.
Yeah, if you can just make sure. And then Lauren, you see him?
You see me?
Yes.
Okay.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Floor is yours.
We're here seeking approval to finance apparatus, specifically a Pierce Velocity 7107 Ascendant Tandem, with necessary equipment. The cost of the apparatus shall not exceed $2,022,776.95, and the financing shall not exceed $1,700,000. Here, the board is making a down payment of $322,776.95 towards the ultimate purchase, which will be derived from restricted fund balance. The apparatus shall be purchased through a national co-op, Houston Galveston. The financing for the lease with an option to purchase has been obtained through competitive bid. Bids were sought for 5, 7, and 10 years. They were sent to 10 prospective bidders. We received 4 bids back. Ultimately, the board went with the 10-year proposal from KS State Bank with an annual interest rate of 2.49%, which results in an annual principal and interest payment of $194,139.54. The apparatus to be retired upon arrival is a 1996 Pierce Dash with 43,183.7 miles and 3,362.9 engine hours. Again, this piece of apparatus is 30 years old. Unfortunately, this is not a stock truck that they're buying, so there is going to be a few years before this truck will be, the new truck will be put in service. At that time, the truck will be approximately 33 or 34 years old.
It's a lot of years.
A lot of years on the truck.
Fire truck, yeah.
This was on
Yeah.
public referendum also on the February election. Here we go. With financing not to exceed 2.3 million, and it was a positive vote of 388 yes and 75 no.
All right. I just want to make sure I heard it correctly. So when is the fire district expecting delivery? Is it next year or the
So unfortunately, it'll be 3 or 4 years before we receive delivery on this one.
Okay.
We're hoping 3 years.
Yeah. And the interest rate that you have, that's been set?
Yes, that's the so.
Okay.
The financing, we'll enter into the financing this year. Our first payment will be in 2027.
Okay. Yeah, it's a great interest rate. Okay. All right. I have no additional questions. I'll open it up to the board this time. All right. Hearing none. Yes, do we have a motion to render positive findings in the amount not to exceed $1,700,000?
So move.
Second.
Second.
I heard many voices, but Ms. Rodriguez over them all. So I have Mr. Jackson and Ms. Rodriguez. Mr. Rogers,
Yes.
Mr. Duraco,
Yes.
Mr. Close.
Yes, and again, I want to commend the applicant on the detailed explanation about the financial savings the district realized through their process.
Mr. Avery,
Yes.
Ms. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mr. Jackson.
Yes.
And Mr. Cooper,
Yes.
motion approved.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. Thanks. All right. Next application, Parsippany Troy Hills Township Fire District 5.
Good morning. Sherry Tracy with Phoenix Advisors here to present the application.
Good morning.
Good morning. Together with me today, I have Steve Rogat, Rogat McCarthy, bond counsel to the fire district, and Commissioner Kenneth Lambert from the fire district.
Okay. Let's all non-attorneys have your video on if you intend to testify. So Lauren can swear you in. Lauren?
I'm here. I'm trying to find Mr. Lambert. Can he speak up?
I see a square. Just don't see him on video. Mr. Lambert? Having issue with the audio, I think, as well.
Oh, he said in the chat. Hold on.
Yeah. I just saw that come up. Is there anyone else you need to swear in as well? That's here.
Just Ms. Tracy.
No. Yeah.
I just want to keep things moving here. I apologize. We just have a large agenda today. So whoever has their video up can speak and we hear you. Let's get them sworn in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Tracy? Go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning. Again, Sherry Tracy with Phoenix Advisors, municipal advisor to the Board of Commissioners of Fire District Number 5 in the Township of Parsippany Troy Hills. The Fire District is here before you today pursuant to NJSA 40A 5A-6 to seek approval for the purchase of a new apparatus. The total cost of the apparatus will be $1,600,000. The fire district had a general election, which was held on February 21st, 2026. The vote of the question at that point was 97 yes to 35 no votes. The fire district conducted a thorough analysis of new fire apparatus and settled on an Absolute Fire E1 vehicle that they'll be purchasing through HGAC, the Houston Galveston Area Council cooperative. Again, as I mentioned, the total cost of the fire apparatus will be $1.6 million. The fire district will be appropriating $600,000 from the fire district's restricted fund balance for capital improvements for the apparatus and financing the balance of $1 million through a lease purchase. This fire apparatus is not expected to be delivered for 39 to 40 months. So as we've heard in a lot of other applications, this is several years out. The fire district has elected to wait to actually conduct the lease purchase until closer to the time of receiving it, as they would prefer not to start making payments down on a financing for a truck they don't have yet. So at this time, we're seeking approval to procure the truck and order it. And then once we get closer to delivery of the truck, about 3 years or so, probably late 2029, we would then go out for a competitive lease purchasing for the financing. The fire district does plan to pay this over 7 years, so much more aggressive time frame than the useful life of the fire apparatus does permit. They will be retiring a 1993 vehicle with the purchase of this truck, which still I think is going to be operational for the next 3 years as they're waiting for delivery of the new vehicle. At an estimated rate, we used a pretty conservative estimate for the lease purchase of 4%. Knowing, of course, we're looking at financing in 3 years, but hoping we see rates much lower than that at that point. The cost to the average taxpayer based on financing over the 7-year term at the 4% would be about $60. It's just under 2 pennies on the tax rate. And at this point, I'll turn it over for any questions.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Tracy. Maybe I missed it. Are you still planning on using $600,000 from the restricted fund balance to offset?
Yes.
Yearly payments? Okay.
Correct.
And then I know there was an issue with the website. Mr. Bennett, did we able to verify compliance? You're on mute.
Sorry, I was on mute. I do believe
That's
subsequent check of the website shows that the security certificate has been updated and is accessible.
Great. I just wanted to make sure that was dealt with. Okay, great. And I think that's the only question I have. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. And I'll open it up to the board for any questions.
Yeah, Director, Ms. Tracy, just curious, what's the amount of savings that the district realized from using HGAC versus Sourcewell in public bidding?
They've estimated about $50,000.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Hearing none. Do we have a motion to render positive findings in the amount not to exceed $1,600,000?
I make a motion.
Second.
Ms. Rodriguez and Mr. Duraco. Mr. Rogers.
Yes.
Mr. Duraco.
Yes.
Mr. Close.
Yes.
Mr. Avery.
Yes.
Ms. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mr. Jackson.
Yes.
And Mr. Cooper.
Yes.
Motion approved.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right.
Thanks.
All right. Moving on. It's the Township of Monroe, Fire District 1.
Yes, good morning, Director. Matt Jessup again, McManaman, Scotland and Bauman.
Mr. Jessup, great to see you again.
Yes, we didn't go far. So we should have Charles DiPiero, who is the Fire District Chairman. I'm not sure if I see Charles on yet, but maybe Charlie, if you're there, if you can chime in. I do, in the meantime, see Jerry Stankiewicz from Samuel Klein and Company, who is the auditor of the fire district, and Dustin Glass from the Padula Law Group, who is general counsel to the fire district.
All right. Any
Thank you.
attorneys, you can make sure you have your video on, audio, get you sworn in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Jessup.
All right, thank you. This is an application by the Township of Monroe Fire District Number 1 pursuant to NJSA 485A-6 in connection with the bonded note financing or lease purchase financing and acquisition of a fire rescue pumper truck in an amount not exceeding $1.7 million. This is also going to sound remarkably like the application you just heard, by the way. On February 21, 2026, voters approved the fire district's acquisition and financing of the fire truck in an amount of $1.7 million by a vote of 272 to 216. The fire district will be procuring the fire truck through the Houston Galveston Area Council for a projected savings of approximately $50,000 on, again, a like-sized truck. This fire truck will replace a 20-year-old, well, what is today a 20-year-old truck will by then be at least a 22-year-old truck with nearly 35,000 road miles and over 3,100 service hours on it. The outgoing truck sees significant downtime due to costly maintenance repairs, is becoming increasingly unreliable in service calls. The fire district will plan to sell the outgoing truck again for whatever salvage value it can recover. The total purchase price for the truck is about $1.7 million. The fire district does have $250,000 in capital reserve that it will put towards the purchase price of the truck. The fire district will finance the balance via either bonds and notes or lease purchase financing in either event for a period of 10 years. As you just heard, given that the fire district isn't expecting delivery of the fire truck for 2 years, the fire district will determine at the time which method of financing produces the lowest interest rates available. In addition, as you know, if we do lease purchase financing today, we start making payments today on a truck that we don't take delivery on for 2 years. So by competitively bidding that lease purchase or bonded note financing at delivery of the truck, we are not paying for the truck until we actually are receiving the benefit of the truck. At assuming the full $1.7 million, so not accounting for the $250,000 cash down payment, and at an assumed interest rate of 3.75%, average annual debt service is about $207,000 per year for the 10-year period. That debt service number in a vacuum would result in a tax impact of about $33 to the average assessed value homeowner. However, in next year, 2027, the fire district will make the final payment on a 2017 lease in the amount of $227,840. So when we account, by the time we get to 2029, of the offloading of the $227,000 and the onloading of the $207,000, it actually results in a tax reduction, again, all other things being equal, of about $4 to the average assessed value homeowner. Again, that $33 number and the $4 reduction number assume that we're borrowing the full 1.7. We will be using $250,000 in cash, so those numbers obviously only come down.
Okay.
We're expecting delivery of the truck in June of 2028, so not quite as good as the first few applications, but not quite as long as the last one that you just heard. And Director, with that, we'll stop here for any questions you may have.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Jessup. 250,000 is coming from restricted or unrestricted fund balance?
It's capital reserve. Jerry,
Capital
restricted?
It's effectively restricted.
Okay, that's all I wanted to hear. Okay. All right. That's all I have. I'll open it up to the board for any additional questions. Not hearing any. So yes, let's do we have a motion to render positive findings in the amount of not to exceed $1,700,000?
So moved.
Second.
believe I have Mr. Duraco and Mr. Jackson. Mr. Rogers,
Yes.
Mr. Duraco,
Yes.
Mr. Close,
Yes.
Mr. Avery,
Yes.
Ms. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mr. Jackson,
Yes.
and Mr. Cooper.
Yes.
Motion approved.
Thank you, Mr. Jessup.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Moving on to Township of Lakewood application.
Good morning, Director. John Barrett, Chief Financial Officer on behalf of Lakewood Township. In addition to
Morning.
Trish Comsa over my shoulder, Deputy Administrator Pat Donnelly, the Administrator, and also Matt Holman, the Auditor.
Good morning, everyone. Can we have your video on so we can get you sworn in?
Mr. Donnelly is en route at this moment. If he does not have his video on, we'll rely upon Trish's involvement here.
Okay. All right. Lauren?
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
I do.
Floor is yours, Mr. Barrett.
Thank you, Director. Third month in a row. Last month it was my birthday, so I appreciate that favorable ruling. And just to give you a quick overview as to the Lakewood Township's finances. Last year in 2025, we had over $8.3 million cap waiver granted. In addition, we had public health priority funding grant in the total of $8 million. That totaled $16.3 million, which this year we did not receive that similar grant. So while our application is going up to the $12.9 million, we've actually, if we were to minus the 16 million minus the 12.9, we've actually done our best to reduce appropriations by $3.3 million. To quickly go over the application, which is similar to last year, engineering services and cost, $500,000. Group insurance for employees, $3,645,828. New Jersey UCC salaries and wages, $665,000. Public transportation for Lakewood is $142,000. Police department salaries and wages, $5,108,406.41. Emergency medical technician, $635,000. Road repairs and maintenance for salaries and wages of $357,000. Street cleaning salaries and wages of $88,000. Recycling salaries and wages of $366,000. Municipal garage operations, $250,000. Street lighting, $690,000. And gasoline and diesel expenses, $480,000. On the application, I gave a year-over-year increase based on last year's application. Lakewood Township is going to and has been coming to the local finance board. I just got here late in 25, but that was fresh off last year's application. And to be preemptive on the director's probable question, we don't have any remedy in sight relative to not seeking cap relief moving forward from the local finance board. I'll open up for any questions, Director.
Okay. I know that Lakewood has, there's been in past, at least I can speak to last year, and I'm sure the other board members that have been on the board for some time, at least since 2019, which was the first year that Lakewood had presented a cap waiver request. It seems as if appropriations have been growing at a pretty good clip. Percentage-wise, dollar-wise, and we understand the certain demographic population growth there that I think has been adequately known and discussed at past, at least last year, in great detail about what the dynamics of the community. One thing, and I'm sure this is a question for other board members, the one number that sort of just is glaring is the snow removal cost for this year. Can you or anyone take the board through why that amount was as large as it is, or at this point, $8 million in expenditures?
Sure, Director. And once again, I wish Mr. Donnelly had his camera on because he was certainly a quarterback of this as the administrator. But I will loosely go over the $8 million figure that's in our budget.
John, I apologize.
Mr. Donnelly?
I'm here. Yes, I'm here, Mr. Rogers.
Yeah, I just want to make sure you're in video, and we can get you, Patrick, can we just get you sworn in? Lauren, can you just quickly swear in Mr. Donnelly?
I believe he was sworn in, but I can do
Yes.
it again. You were sworn in, right?
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yes, I was in the beginning. I was on camera the whole time.
Okay. Mr. Donnelly, you want to jump in there just to shed some light on that?
Yep, absolutely. So this past winter obviously incurred for everybody throughout the state. Obviously large expenditures depending on how their operation transpired. In Lakewood, due to obviously not just the demand of the public, but just for the sheer fact of having to get people in and out of places, we utilize contractors on a yearly basis. And obviously this year we had a multitude of contractors for a multitude of days. If not on the one storm, we actually extended well beyond a week and a half. We also had some of that helped that number grow even larger was obviously reimbursements from a lot of the HOA organizations throughout the town as well. But essentially it was more or less just our contractors. The salt was a major factor in obtaining salt well in advance, during and after the storm. Procuring that was potentially, life-saving for our town. So that's where another large portion of this cost came between the purchase of salt, brine, calcium, and then contractors is really where our costs went through.
Mr. Donnelly, are you removing snow from every street in town? Is that sort of what's happening there? And I know that happens in some communities, but okay. So not only your downtown area, and I'm not 100% really not familiar with all of what you have to deal with, but in terms of just mileage of road, what you're actually removing snow completely from a road. What are your estimates?
We're removing, Mr. Roger, we're removing every single road in town, every road that is our responsibility. We don't touch certain developments that aren't, ours, handed over to us. We don't go in there. The only reason why I would end up in an area that's not mine is if the police had to get in there for an ambulance or something like that. Other than that, we only maintain our roads. Well over 100 lane miles of roads, 120 some odd lane miles of roads is what we maintain every single storm, whether it be salting, whether it be, pre-salting, pre-brining, calcium, during and after a storm, and all that. Yeah. So every single road in town gets taken care of.
And then just an average year, and I know this particular year was not an average year, but what are you expending in a typical year on snow removal? All materials.
In a typical year, John would better have that number offhand, but to be honest with you, on a typical year, I make a very small joke, even though this is not a joke in the amount of money we're spending, is that when I was formerly the director, I had some snow, but our current director has had quite a few years of not that much snow. So I would say on average, it was maybe $1 million, maybe close to 2, if that. And I think that's even, that's a large number I'm giving. This year was just an exorbitant amount of snow. I mean, and the one storm obviously caused with the ice on top of it was horrific. I haven't seen this kind of weather in, 15, 20 years to see this kind of cost.
And correct me if I'm wrong, there was an attempt to file, like others I know have other municipalities that filed for, as due to the state of emergency that was declared by the governor, and seeking type of FEMA funds, which I think were rejected by the federal government. And that was sort of, not that you were anticipating any reimbursement, but that you did make that attempt to.
Yes, 100%. And we're really hoping that at some point the state's appeal will go through and we could see it. But again, we were not counting on that, but yes.
Okay. I know I don't want to monopolize some of the questions here, but I think one of the things that maybe you can sort of just expound on, which is just staffing and how we know there's this been ongoing structural issue for Lakewood. You've received some state funding for the last 2 years that's offset some of these costs. Given that you did not receive that this year, And I can just speak to some of what the division was working on closely with Lakewood throughout the last few months of just trying to get to a place where there was no, as has been sort of publicly talked about in other communities, loan requests, and that was, every effort was made to avoid that, which you did successfully not request any loans from the state, through the TA program, through additional aid program. What are you, as you're projecting out to next year, the challenges will be there. What are the things that you're discussing, just how you might deal with some of these structural imbalances you have in your budget?
Yeah, I don't know how much freely I can speak, so I'll try and be
what you can. I
understand. Yeah, what I can. Lakewood Township is currently in a position where we've taken steps as of a year ago, probably 8 months to a year ago, where we're on a hiring freeze. We're not, retirees. There's no replacements, promotions. The only reason why we would even promote at this point is out of necessity, meaning a shift isn't covered from a police, from the police side, from a public works side, where a shift has to be covered. Somebody retired, quit, fired, whatever the case may be. But we as a township over the last several months have already prepared to take steps leading into next year of preparing a layoff plan that we will be submitting to the state of New Jersey, as we're trying to find ways to cost, for these cost sharing measures, is to reduce certain levels of service that some may deem as unnecessary, where we feel that they are necessary due to public health and safety, but we recognize that there's areas that we just need to financially find a way to kind of stuff as much as we can inside this envelope. So yeah, we're taking many steps to curb some of that appetite the best we possibly can at this point.
And I know it will be an ongoing process for you to deal with that with the elected officials. So I don't necessarily, it's not necessarily ripe for public discussion. And I know you're, I think it's important for the board to understand that you are deliberating over these, potential scenarios that you have to go through to, right size your organization to really meet, these financial challenges you have, right?
Yeah. And I appreciate that, Mr. Rogers. And honestly, I have to say, I'm not just saying to say it, I can't thank, yourself and many others in the DCA, just your help and support while we've been trying to navigate this.
Okay. I'll end my questioning at the moment, and I'll open it up to the board for any questions.
Yes, Director. I understand the pressures that are on Lakewood and all of our municipalities in this current environment. However, I think that an ongoing environment where they're coming in for cap relief and also 17% tax increases is beyond unsustainable. I don't even know what the word is for that. And to me, I just can't support going on with the status quo. I think there should be a dramatic change and the way maybe this township is addressed at a higher level or whatever. But to me, I can't sanction a plan that just says we're going to keep, and I'm not at all casting aspersions on the folks in Lakewood, but it's just not a sustainable scenario. And right now they're actually using more in the budget than they're regenerating. It's just not sustainable. And I think a more dramatic approach needs to be taken with respect to townships like this. And again, they're not alone, but I can't support just saying we're going to keep going in this direction.
Mr. Jackson, I agree at a sort of higher level about the cap challenges that, in fact, this year this board has entertained, and the growing number of applications that's making those requests. I think that there's at least through our office, along with the DCA commissioner and discussions that we intend to have with the legislative leadership about changes, fundamental changes to the cap laws themselves, because therein lies some of the issues that are not they're not working anymore for the current environment. So there needs to be a little bit more dynamic aspects to these cap laws. We have one from 1977 that has 15 exclusions, and then there's the tax levy cap at 2%, which was designed in a no inflation environment. It worked for some years. It worked when there was interest arbitration caps. It's not working anymore, and there's higher inflation has been. It's putting a lot of pressure on all local governments, counties as well. And so the problem is growing, and here Lakewood, clearly there's issues, and this law is available. They're making a request that the law allows for, and the number, look, I have equal concerns about the surplus use. Hopefully there's a plan to regenerate a lot of that, so you're not facing a bigger hole next year. And that's something I know Mr. Barrett is probably loses a little bit of sleep over. But this is where I think Lakewood's going to have some real challenges they're going to have to address and this year going into next year. And honestly, it's a very common conversation I'm having with multiple municipalities on a daily, weekly basis.
If I could weigh in, I second Mr. Jackson's comments, and Mr. Director, I appreciate what you have to say, but are we seeing these conversations of this magnitude? I mean, this is my first year on the board, but this is, I think, $39 million in cap waiver requests over the past 3 years. Is that right? Inclusive of this year's request?
Yeah, I think that's close enough. Yeah, I think, these
That's
are, it's again, on this year, it's their largest. This has been an ongoing issue. I think, and I'm not going to speak for the folks at Lakewood, they know what they're dealing with, but that it is becoming more common, Mr. Cooper, that makes me question a lot of what is going on in the local government level, and how do we overcome it as a state, because the state can't ignore their subdivisions and what's happening. So this is the role and the conversations we're having on a daily basis with both the governor's office and the state legislature and the municipalities that are, just in real tough financial conditions. So Lakewood's not alone. This is not an outlier. Do we have any other questions for Lakewood folks? Okay. Hearing none. Yes. Do we have a motion to approve the appropriation cap waiver for use of surplus pursuant to NJSA 40A:4-445.3 in the amount of $12,927,234.41?
I'll move it.
Okay. You're a second.
Second.
Okay.
Mr. Avery and Mr. Duraco, Mr. Rogers,
Yes.
Mr. Duraco,
Yes.
Mr. Close.
No, I agree with the director's comments about the cap, but that said, I have to agree with Mr. Jackson's comments, particularly with those with regard to the use of surplus in this application. So I'm a no.
Mr. Avery,
Yes.
Ms. Rodriguez,
No.
Mr. Jackson,
No.
and Mr. Cooper.
No.
Motion fails.
Okay. All right. Thank you, thank you, gentlemen, and everyone on the call. All right. On to the next application. We have Township of West Amwell.
Hi, good morning. My name is
morning.
Alexis Batten from Archer and Griner. Good morning, Director Rogers, Executive Secretary Bennett, and members of the local finance board. The Township of West Amwell brings this application under 48-2-51 and 48-2-55 to finance a judgment related to eminent domain. On the call with us, I believe currently is Mayor Robin Deal, Sherry Tracy of Phoenix Advisors, and John Mooney of Nisavakia. The township is respectfully requesting approval for adoption of a refunding bond ordinance in the amount of $620,000 with a repayment structure of a 5-year, 1/5 pay down each year in bond anticipation notes. This would equate to $106.73 impact on the average assessed home.
I just want to pause for a second so we can get the, the rest of the team sworn in.
Yeah, that's what I thought didn't happen. Okay. Lauren, you want to jump in there before we have any discussion?
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes,
I do.
I do.
Thank you. All right. Is there anything else need to add?
The only other thing that we would like to add is the mayor, who's currently on the phone, has a factual history, to the best of her knowledge, related to the litigation surrounding the eminent domain. She was not on the township committee at the time of this, of these events. So she's able to describe as best she can what led to this juncture. But I did just want to disclose that she wasn't an active participant.
Okay. Whatever she can speak to, I guess, be helpful.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Robin Deal, Mayor of West Amwell. Nice
Morning.
Nice to see you all. Thank you.
Morning, ma'am.
Thank you for hearing this application. As Alexis had mentioned, I've been in the position on the Township Committee since January a year ago. This is my second year. Prior to that, this property was part of I'm not sure how much detail you want to go to. I'll kind of give the high level.
Try to give us high level summary.
Yeah, it was part of round 3, affordable housing. We went to eminent domain with the intent to donate the property to Habitat for Humanity to fulfill some of our affordable housing obligations. At the time, it was assessed at $135,000. The owner, River Valley, took us to federal court where it languished for about 3 years. And then after that, we had the commissioners, the assessment commissioner, 3-party assessment of it, where they reassessed it to $185,000. After the federal court dismissed it, River Valley took us to court again. There was an offer to settle of $450,000, which the committee at the time felt was still not unreasonable, with the appraisal still being $185,000. Long story short, we get to this past January, where in the year before, where the attorney at the time for the township, who is no longer the attorney of the township, actually ended up defending the township in a jury trial regarding the monetary value of the property. The jury trial was held this past January. Now, the facts are that the property was intended to have one, potentially two duplex type building on that property. That's basically the size of it. Somehow it got conflated to 4 units, and the jury trial resulted in the jury deciding that, well, if it was assessed at $185,000, that times 4 is 4, and that would be the $750,000 judgment. But prior to that, we had paid $130,000 and did receive title to the property.
Okay.
And that's how we got to the $750,000, and you know, this,
Got it.
and that's why it's 620.
Okay. Thank you, Mary. All right. Anyone else from your side? Ed, anything?
This is Sherry Tracy with Phoenix Advisors. I just wanted to mention, I know Alexis did mention in the beginning that we are requesting to repay this over a 5-year term. I just wanted to share for the members, for the director and members of the board, if the township did have to pay this off within 1 year, it would be an increase of almost $500 to the average home, almost 4.25% on the total tax bill just for this one judgment. So I just wanted to point that out. One of the reasons we're asking to spread this over 5 years.
Understood. Okay. All right. I don't have any other questions. I think I've heard what I needed to hear. Anyone else from the board? Okay. None. No else? He's got their hand up. Okay. All right. Do we have a motion to approve the adoption of a refunding bond ordinance and the issuance of bonds or notes over a 5-year period in the amount of $620,000?
I'll make the motion to approve.
Second.
Mr. Duraco and Mr. Close. Mr. Rogers.
Yes.
Mr. Duraco.
Yes.
Mr. Close.
Yes.
Mr. Avery.
Yes.
Ms. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mr. Jackson.
Yes.
And Mr. Cooper.
Yes.
Motion approved.
I just want to run something by you. I'm just signing in to.
Thank you.
Know me.
Some
Thank
whoever's
you.
talking, please mute themselves. Mr. Lurch.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Moving on to the City of Rahway's application.
Director,
Yes.
how are you? John Campbell from Richard Griner, bond attorney.
Campbell. Yep. Good morning.
Morning.
Still morning, right? Yeah. Okay.
Yes. Should I go ahead and proceed or wait a few minutes?
Yeah. Do you have your team here with you?
Yes, I believe so. I can have them sworn in if you want me.
Yeah. Let's get them. Everyone sworn in. That's not it.
All right, first we have Chief Financial Officer Frank Ruggiero on from the city, Auditor Dieter Lurch, as well as Financial Advisor Heather Lichbauer, all who should be sworn in.
Great. Okay. Lauren?
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
I do.
I do.
Go ahead and proceed, Director.
Yes, Mr. Kendall.
All right, thank you,
Thank
sir.
you.
Yep. The original application was made for not to exceed amount of $970,000 in general obligation refunding bonds and notes. They were being issued to take out an emergency resolution that was adopted on December 29th, 2025 in the amount of $970 to fund terminal payouts. Ordinarily, the city would have adopted a special emergency ordinance at the end of the year to make these terminal payouts pursuant to NJSA 48 or 53. However, and they would have been permitted under that law to a 5-year payback for that special emergency. However, the city and the Chief Financial Officer, Frank Ruggiero, explained this, ran out of time at the end of the year because a special emergency requires 2 readings to pass an ordinance, and thus they passed an emergency resolution only requiring 1 meeting. However, the city at the end of the year still had the obligation to pay the terminal pay, so thus they adopted the emergency resolution on December 29th. Over the past couple weeks, the city's worked with the director and members of the staff at the DLGS. What was originally proposed was a 5-year payback maturity schedule, which was similar to what would be undertaken in a special emergency that they would be authorized to do. But we recognize that we're functioning under a refunding bond ordinance in an emergency, and they've discussed with staff a 2-year payback as opposed to the 5-year that was set forth in the application. So what I'd like to do at this point is, and there's a couple other things that there was 2 duplicate names that were in the application that we'd like to remove. And I'd like to have Dieter just discuss some of that and what the new maturity schedule would look like. Dieter, would you like to come on and talk about that?
Yeah, thank you very much. Just to follow up on that, there's two issues. We had a duplication for an individual, Briner, and another individual, Guas Maria. And that the amount of the duplication totaled $88,000. So what we're proposing to do is cancel $88,000 from the emergency at the next meeting, so that we'll end up canceling the $88,000. So the total emergency would total $882,000. Of the $882,000, we're then requesting that we refund it over a 2-year period, with $194,000 being refunded in year one. That'd be 2026. And then the balance, the $688,000, we would fund in 2027. The tax impact would be an $18 tax impact to the average homeowner in 2026, and a $67 impact to the taxpayers in year 2027.
And Dieter, the 194 is in there because it's already in the introduced budget that was introduced in July, correct?
That is correct. We already have the 194 included. And that,
Right.
yeah, that is correct.
Okay, so that's already underway, and we're just waiting for.
Let me follow up on that, because we actually had our public hearing on the budget. We had our public hearing last week, and we do have a special meeting pending the outcome of the board's decision today to formally adopt the budget next Monday.
And then what I'd like to do is I'd like to turn it over to Frank Ruggiero, the Chief Financial Officer of the city, to discuss the timing of the emergency at the end of the year and how they ran out of time, and as well as a few other matters associated with the city's finances. So Frank, are you on?
Thank you. Good morning. Yes. Terminal pay, in my experience, has been of all the challenges we have to fund appropriations, terminal pay has been very difficult in the past because I view it as a moving target. Basically, for the basis of we're dealing with individuals. And unfortunately, they're not very forthcoming with their actual intentions. They tell you they're going to retire and they don't. They don't tell you they're going to retire and they do. I think a big factor this particular year is we finalized the renegotiations of the labor contracts, and many of them came forth right after that was done, after the retro payments were made, to say that they were retiring and leaving unexpectedly. So it's been very challenging. I waited till the end of the year, believing that I could possibly fund this through budget transfers. And again, at that time, the money just wasn't available. And we couldn't get a special meeting time done for the second year of the ordinance. So that's why we're here.
Okay. With that, Director, before we turn over questions, just making a request pursuant to NJSA 482-51 through 55 to refund the emergency appropriation, endorse your consent upon the refunding bond ordinance, and amending the schedule to a 2-year schedule, and the amount changed to $882. The only issue we would have is that in order to adopt the ordinance, we'd have to still add it at $970, but they'd only be permitted to, in your resolution, to go up to $882. So that would be our request, and we respectfully request those approvals and your consent on the ordinance.
So thank you, Mr. Candler. So the refunding bond ordinance would still be at $970. But not to exceed this $882. Is that what I'm?
Yes, because
request is?
Yeah, because if not, we'd have to go back and reintroduce the ordinance, and your approval can say $882, but you endorse your consent on the $970 as long as we only issue up to $882. It's a technical, because then we'd have to go back and reintroduce, and it would be to September that we could finally adopt. So, but we would only issue up to $882, taking out those two gentlemen that were duplicates because they worked in 2 different departments in the city.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's the reason why they were duplicates. They were split between what? Can you explain that? The police and.
I can. And again, I apologize. When we did the report inquiry with the ADP accounting payroll system, because the individuals were funded by 2 separate departments, for some reason the ADP report doubled the amount charging both departments. That was inaccurate, and then we didn't catch it in the haste of trying to get the application prepared, and I apologize for that.
Okay. All right. Mr. Cantalupa, are you?
That's it. Yes, sir. We
Ceding
turn it
the
over
floor.
for any questions.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Great. I do have some questions. First question is, do you have a reserve for severance liabilities?
The answer is yes.
Mr. Ruggiero, do you, maybe somebody can answer?
Yes.
Mr. Litt, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And how much is in the reserve to date? But maybe at the end of 2025, what was your reserve for 2025?
875,000.
875,000.
Correct.
Okay. So I guess my first question would be, why wasn't that charged against what you had known, at least at certain points of the year, to pay that off? Because not everybody was retiring at the same time. So how is that handled just from an accounting standpoint, and why that decision was not made to charge that account?
Yeah, I'll respond to that. That account was actually funded at the end of 2025. That money did not exist at the beginning of the year. The beginning of the year, they only had approximately 82,000 in that fund.
That's a good answer. Okay, so that takes away that option. My next question would be, going into 2026, your budget still has not been adopted, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Why, given you have a very healthy fund balance, why wouldn't you just anticipate whatever you need here, 882,000, and pay off that reserve for the severance liabilities?
I think if I'll respond to that too, is when we funded it at the end of 2025, the intention is to limit any special emergency in 2026. So if you take a look historically, they've been doing several special emergencies over the years. And really the idea is to pre-fund it now so that in 2026, they don't need to come back with a special emergency to fund the retirements. So it was kind of 6-1, pretty much. But that's the intention, to use it for the retirements in 2026.
Yeah, I can understand the special emergency, and if that was happening again in 2026, you could do it in a timely manner. And I think lesson learned. It wasn't done last year, but I would, knowing what your liabilities are, even if this note that you want to take out, why wouldn't you just pay it off this year with surplus?
Well, I think
because your surplus is growing.
Well, we understand we have a very significant surplus.
Yeah.
And the city is very. I mean, we manage the city on a conservative basis, and really, essentially, there's a couple of reasons why we maintain that surplus. Number one, we do it for our bond rating. Number one. And if you take a look at it, we did use more surplus in the budget this year. In 2026, we used 4.3 million. That's an increase of 1 million from the prior year. The prior year, we used 3.3 million. So we did use more surplus this year, already $1 million more than we did. So again, just to try to manage the surplus and to make sure we don't have spikes in the tax rate, that's essentially the reason why they were looking to spread it out. And really, because the law on the 4-53, they have the several years to do it. But we do manage the surplus going forward as well. So we did use $1 million more in surplus already in this budget.
I understand the special emergency option that you'd have if it was done in a timely fashion. It wasn't done, so we're dealing with what we are. But I just wanted to hear the explanation as to why, and that's fine. You've provided an answer, so thank you, Mr. Lurch. Okay, I'll stop there. I'll open it up to the board for questions.
Well, I agree with the director about an approach. And I would support the director's concept of dealing with it out of surplus. It's a healthy surplus. And even using additional money, you're still going to have more surplus. Your surplus is still going to grow, I think, if I looked at the numbers correctly. So I think it's a more prudent course.
Yeah, it was just a question, Mr. Jackson. I just thought, it's an option that was available. I heard an answer, and I can understand not wanting to use, you're building it up, and I get this desire to just want to have a healthy fund balance. I do. And you're using more, so okay. And not to say that I know completely what you're looking at even next year, and it's not that you're asking for a lot of years, and you've modified your request, and that's at least brought me closer to something that I think should have happened maybe in 1 year, but I'm open to the 2 years. I wasn't necessarily suggesting an option. I just wanted to understand better why that option wasn't considered. Anyone else from the board? Okay. Hearing none. All right. So there's a modified request here, and I'll put the motion on the floor to approve the adoption of the refunding bond ordinance and the issuance of bonds or notes over a 2-year period, whereby the 1/5 of the application shall paid in the 2026 budget and the remainder of the $882,000 that is part of this request in 2027. And that's a not to exceed number that we are understanding from you that you will be issuing notes on. So that's the motion on the floor. Anybody making the motion?
I'll make the motion.
Okay. There a second?
Second.
Second.
Yeah, I believe I heard Mr. Duraco first in there, so I have Mr. Cooper and Mr. Duraco. Mr. Rogers,
Yes.
Mr. Duraco,
Yes.
Mr. Close,
I'm a no.
Mr. Avery,
Yes.
Ms. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mr. Jackson,
No.
and Mr. Cooper.
Yes.
Motion approved.
Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Appreciate it.
All right, moving on. Township of Mantua.
Good afternoon, Director. Good morning. It's still morning. We're moving
It's still
quickly
morning,
today.
Mr. Yes.
Jeff Winitsky from Parker McKay, Bond Counsel to Mantua Township. Also on the line today to be sworn in is Jenica Belisi, who's the Township Administrator, Karen Paccione, who is the Township Chief Financial Officer, Joe Calogero, who's the Financial Advisor, and I believe Mike Welding, who is the Township Auditor. Mike, are you on?
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Going to have all the non-attorneys, please have your video on so Lauren can swear you in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
So Winitsky, it's your, yep.
Thank you. So the Township of Mantua is seeking approval pursuant to NJSA 482-51 for the final adoption of a refunding bond ordinance authorizing the issuance of refunding bonds or notes in the amount not to exceed $420,000. The proceeds of those refunding notes would be used by the township to finance an emergency appropriation incurred by the township related to an unanticipated settlement of litigation. So let me give you a little background on what the litigation was, is, where we stand, and why the emergency arose. A formerly employed township police officer filed a lawsuit against the township in January of 2024 in an effort to avoid, uncertainty and expense of further litigation. The plaintiff, the township, through its attorneys and professionals and its insurer, engaged in rather lengthy settlement negotiations to resolve the dispute. Fortunately, as a result of those settlement negotiations, but after the adoption of the township's budget, the matter was resolved without the township admitting any liability or wrongdoing, such that the plaintiff will dismiss her lawsuit against the township while retaining no right to reemployment with the township. That settlement amount, and we have the settlement agreement included as part of the application, is in the aggregate amount of $750,000. Of that amount, the township will contribute $395,000 and its insurer will contribute $355,000. The way that the settlement agreement works is actually pretty aggressive. A portion of the settlement is due basically immediately, a small amount, about $20,000, with the balance due within 90 days of the settlement agreement execution. So basically the next 45 days or so, a little bit more than that. As I mentioned before, the township did not anticipate the payment of the settlement as part of its 2026 budget. In fact, it happened a couple weeks after the budget was finally adopted, and as a result, adopted a resolution authorizing the emergency appropriation on July 13th for purpose of providing for the township's portion of the settlement amount. So the township is here today to seek approval for the adoption of the refunding bond ordinance to issue refunding notes for a period to amortize over 3 years. Doing so would allow the township to maintain a manageable tax impact to its residents. Specifically, if issued on a 3-year basis, the tax impact on the average assessed home, which is around $310,000 or so, in the township would be approximately $24. We recognize that is below sort of what LFB typically sees relative to the 50-year threshold for where the tax impact would be. We're looking for this to help mitigate against a 5-cent tax increase that was included in 2026, and the township expects a further significant tax increase in 2027 as a result, like most municipalities in the state, of significantly increased healthcare costs. So just by way of example, if the township were to do a 1-year note, it would be around $68 per assessed home. 2-year note would be around $35 per assessed home. And as I mentioned before, on a 3-year basis, it would be around $24 per assessed home. And again, we recognize that all of these, are at or close to the threshold. But, as I mentioned before, there's already been a significant tax increase, trying to measure that against what's coming, right? And are looking to amortize evenly over the next 3 years to do so. So I've got everybody from the township and its advisors on the line if there are any questions, or we can add some color to our presentation.
Thank you, Counselor. Yeah, is there anything else that your team would like to add? No? Okay. I guess, yes, there's that issue that typically there's been this policy about the number of years and the tax impact and so forth. But I think you went over some of these other financial issues and certainly increases of existing debt service next year and other challenges that all municipalities are facing. So I think all of it should be considered in this instance. It's generally been a case-by-case basis. Normally, it's not an issue. They're trying to stretch it out, and it's still a big number. This is one of these unique circumstance case application that we were all sort of grappling with a little bit.
And I know we've discussed this, so we understand that, but of course our request remains for the 3 years subject to your consideration and deliberation.
Okay, great. All right, I don't necessarily have any questions about the application facts as presented. There was nothing really that I was questioning other than just this issue about the years sought and the tax impact. So I will open it up to the board for any other questions.
My ongoing role as a bad guy today. I'm of 2 years.
Okay. All right. Anyone else? Any comments, questions?
Director, I too would be in favor of 2 years, thinking that's given the special circumstances. I agree that, I think some adjustment to the standard policy observed by the board is in order here. But I would think 2 years would be a prudent way to go.
Anyone else? All right. Yes, do we have a motion to adopt the refunding bond ordinance in an amount not to exceed the $420,000 that's being asked over a 2-year period for that amount? We have a motion.
I move it.
Second.
I have Mr. Jackson and Ms. Rodriguez. Mr. Rogers.
Yes.
Mr. Duraco. Mr. Close.
Yes.
Mr. Avery.
Yes.
Ms. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mr. Jackson.
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Cooper.
Yes.
Circling back to Mr. Duraco. There are 6 votes in favor, so the motion has been adopted.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
Yep. Thank you. Have a good day, everyone.
Thank you.
All right. On to our 10th application of the day, Township of Winslow. Through.
Good morning once again. Jeff Winitsky from Park McKay. We are bond counsel to Winslow Township. On the line today, we've got, I believe, the mayor, Marie Lawrence, is on the line. We've got the chief financial officer of the township, Steve Dringus. We've got Mike Cesaro, who is the township's auditor. And I believe we've got Anthony Inverso from Phoenix Advisors, who is whoa.
A little feedback there, yeah.
Little feedback there.
Yeah.
So we'll let those folks get sworn in and then we can get started.
Okay. All right. Lauren?
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
I do.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
So we're here today on behalf of the Township of Winslow seeking approval pursuant to NJSA 482-51 to finally adopt a refunding bond ordinance authorizing the issuance and sale of refunding bonds or bond anticipation notes in an amount not to exceed $1,400,600, the proceeds of which will be used to finance an emergency appropriation incurred by the township in connection with an unanticipated costs for claims to the township's self-funded health insurance plan. So a little history here, not only with respect to the emergency appropriation itself, but sort of how we got to local finance board today, which I know, some of the board members and certainly the director is aware of, but I think it's important just to explain how we're here and what we're looking for, if that works for everybody.
Yeah.
As I mentioned, the township operates a self-insured group health insurance plan and therefore pays medical and prescription claims as they are incurred rather than paying a fixed premium. The annual appropriation is developed using historical claims experience, known continuing claims, utilization trends, etc. Right, and of course working with its health benefits professionals. Unfortunately, during 2005, actual claims experience began to materially exceed the assumptions used to prepare the budget. Those adverse experience included a reported 54% increase in inpatient utilization, significant increase in emergency room usage, unusually high volume of elective procedures that had previously been deferred, high cost specialty prescriptions, and a catastrophic claim. So it was a perfect storm of claims against the fund that clearly the township did not or could not have anticipated, the result of which required after the full amount of the exposure was quantified, the result of which required an emergency appropriation. That emergency appropriation was not done because the amount could not be quantified until the very end of 2025, in this case, in December of 2025. So it was right up to the wire, and then we, obviously had to create the appropriation to do so. Following the approval of those emergency appropriations, the townships and its professionals, including representatives from DLGS and DCA, looked at, whether the deferred charge could be addressed through the 2026 budget, anticipated revenue, surplus, expenditure reductions, et cetera. So we sort of looked at the full complement of ways to try to find the levers to make this work in the 2026 budget. Ultimately, after much discussion and deliberation, including with DLGS, the decision was to move this as a financed multi-year financing, right, to essentially take some of the blow, right? So as a result, the township is here now seeking approval to issue its refunding notes in an amount not to exceed $1,600,000 to amortize over a period of 3 years in equal annual installments. Now, the township recognizes that the projected annual tax impact under a 3-year amortization is roughly $32 on average for the assessed home. And again, we recognize that that's below the board's customary $50 threshold, but several factors, in our humble opinion, justify that request, subject to your own deliberation and conclusions. The first, funding with a 1-year note would result in an approximately $89 impact per assessed home. A 2-year schedule would be around $48 per assessed home. And the requested 3-year schedule is intended to avoid a significant 1-year tax increase resulting from the extraordinary claims experience. Second, the township's 2026 introduced municipal tax levy is already over $21 million compared with around $20 million last year, which is an increase of around 7%. The annual water and sewer utility contribution to the current fund was also reduced from $3 million to around $2.1 million, which is a reduction of approximately $865,000 to what would otherwise be in budget. And that reduction increases the amount, required to be raised, right? So one hand affects the other. The third, when you exclude federal and state grant funded appropriations, the township's reduced general budget operating expenses and other salaries. We've done so by over $1.8 million. So we're sort of taking all those measures to try to find expenditure side reductions, which includes, reductions in capital improvement plans, deferred replacement of employees, et cetera. So we're sort of doing all the things we can do to try to mitigate and try to find a way to put it in budget. It just doesn't work, even when you do all of that. And then ultimately, what happened here was just an unusual concentration of self-insured claims. We didn't anticipate it. We didn't think it would be this level of a payment, right? So here we are, right? And ultimately we talked long and, we thought with great effort with DLGS to try to find a way, right? So that way we believe ultimately is to do the refunding notes and preferably over a period of 3 years. Now, I would like to add also, we recognize that health insurance claims are going up. We recognize that everybody needs to be mindful of that. And the township, also has taken the steps to review the causes, of these self-insurance funding deficiencies and is evaluating and implementing appropriate corrective measures. That includes, revised annual funding requirements, claims projections, premium equivalent changes, employee retiree contributions, sort of the full gambit. So we're not taking this lightly. We understand that this is something that is probably going to happen again in the future, and that we have to sort of revisit and take a hard look at what our self-insured fund can and won't do, right? So we're not in this predicament again. But ultimately, we're looking to issue the refunding notes over 3 years, recognizing we have had conversations with the division on this and sort of what is the appropriate length given the tax impact. But for us, the ultimate goal will be 3 years. But again, we've talked about it, and we're receptive to your deliberation and ultimate conclusions. So with that, we've got folks from the township on the line to answer any questions that you or the board may have.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Winitsky. Appreciate your overview. Very helpful for summarizing some of that. And yes, the township have been actively engaged with the division. I can attest to that for some months now. So we certainly had came to this conclusion that this is where it's best suited, and this was really the best option for them in the township. So, okay. I don't have any questions. I'll open it up to the board for any at this time. Any comments about the request?
Director, I think that,
Director,
go ahead,
no,
Bill.
go ahead. Yeah, I was just going to say that similar to the last application in terms of length and the board's policy, I understand the circumstances, certainly agree that they need assistance, but I'm more inclined to be at the 2-year level than I am at the 3.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Close.
And Director, that was my comment as well. I'd prefer to stay at the 2-year level, closer to the $50 guideline.
Okay. All right. Anyone else comment?
Yes, Director, I'm inclined for the 2 years as well.
Okay. All right. I guess I'll put the motion on the floor. Motion to adopt a refunding bond ordinance in an amount not to exceed $1.4 million to be paid back over a 2-year period.
So
Is there a
moved.
motion? Okay. Thank you.
Second.
Second.
Mr. Close and Ms. Rodriguez, Mr. Rogers,
Yes.
Mr. Duraco,
Yes.
Mr. Close.
Yes.
And that was a yes, Mr. Close?
That is correct, yes.
Mr. Avery,
Yes.
Ms. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mr. Jackson,
Yeah.
and Mr. Cooper.
Yes.
Motion approved.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you, everyone.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Have a good day. Thank you. All right. Moving on. Atlantic County Improvement Authority application.
Good morning. My name is Robert McGuigan. I'm the Community Development Director with the Atlantic County Improvement Authority.
Welcome. Morning.
Tim Edmonds, my Executive Director, sends his best. He had a family emergency, so I had to step in for him here.
Okay. Is there anyone else from your team?
No.
Okay. You're the team. Great.
That's it.
Excellent. I guess let's get you sworn in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God?
Yes.
Okay.
We are requesting to utilize $1 million in the Atlantic City Lottery Tax Development Fund to continue to fund our very successful Atlantic City home buyers, first-time home buyers program. We have run this, the Atlantic County Improvement Authority has run this program since 2000, with this funding since 2008. And in that time, we've helped hundreds and hundreds of families become first-time home buyers. More recently, the program has become very, very successful. Some of that is because we hired new staff members that allow us more resources to help more people, and some of that is just because the real estate market in Atlantic City, is on an up climb right now. So what we are requesting is another $1 million in funding. We believe this will allow us to help between 35 and 40 first-time home buying families become homeowners. And in the past 3 years, we have helped 55 families do that, and we have leveraged for $14 million in private investment while running this program. So for our little over $1.4 million invested into the program, the city has seen $14 million in investment. So if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Okay, thank you for the overview. It seems like a great program. I was somewhat familiar with it, but I wasn't necessarily familiar with it in Atlantic City. So that's great to hear that this particular fund is being used for that purpose. So I'm glad that it's being implemented and there's success. So I have no additional questions. I will turn it over to the board at this time for any.
Just a comment. Good program, great program, actually. You did a great job, Mr. McGuigan, but I think it would be helpful if you had some support from the commissioners or others in the entity to help you support the application. It would have been a good show of support. Just to carry, please.
We'll remember that for next time. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Anyone else? Comments? Okay. All right. Hearing none. Do we have a motion to approve the utilization of $1 million of the Atlantic City Luxury Tax Development Fund for the HCIA's Home Buyer Down Payment Assistance Fund program?
I'll move it.
Okay.
Second.
I heard Mr. Jackson and Mr. Close moving and seconding. Mr. Rogers?
Yes.
Mr. Duraco?
Yes.
Mr. Close?
Yes.
Mr. Avery?
Yes.
Ms. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Jackson?
Yes.
And Mr. Cooper?
Yes.
Motion approved.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you, sir. Have a great day. Thank you. All right. Next application, Washington Township Board of Education.
Good morning. Sherry Tracy here with Phoenix Advisors. I believe I have Tony Salamini on, bond counsel
Director.
to the school district.
Great. Welcome back, Ms. Tracy.
Yeah, and
Great.
thank you. And Dr.
Been at
Hibbs,
least 10 minutes. At least 10 minutes.
Yeah. You may have to bear with me for one more after this as well.
Happy to have you.
We also have Dr. Hibbs, superintendent of the school district, on as well.
Hi, everybody.
And I think, I'm sorry, I'm scanning the thing. I believe we have Greg Burns, who is, yes, thanks, Greg, ESCO for the school district as well.
Okay, great. Just to remind anyone who's not participating in this application, just please put yourself on mute. That would be helpful. And let's get everyone sworn in who's a non-attorney on this application.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
I do.
Good morning, everyone. Tony Salamini from Lenz Goldman and Spitzer. As Sherry Tracy indicated, we're here today on behalf of the Board of Education of the Township of Washington and the County of Gloucester, seeking approval of the adoption of a refunding bond ordinance in an amount not to exceed $8 million in connection with the issuance of energy savings refunding obligations. The board may or may not remember, but this is the second tranche of funding the board's energy savings plan. Phase 1 was approved by the board in December of 2025. That approval was an amount not to exceed of $16 million. In accordance with that, energy savings obligation refunding bonds were issued in February of 26. We were able to issue $15,150,000 of energy savings obligation refunding bonds. It was a very successful sale at that point. We received 8 bids at a rate much lower than projected at 3.49%. Since we received this favorable rate, we were able to realize excess savings of over $1.1 million than we originally projected to the local finance board. Those additional savings will now be redirected to phase 2 of the ESIP. The reason why we submitted two different applications in two different phases is the second phase. We wanted to make sure that the solar power purchase agreement was up and running and those savings would be realized. So this second phase, in addition to including additional ECMs, also includes the roof portion of the project. Previously, the audit was completed. DCO was selected as the ESCO for the project. The proposed energy savings plan includes approximately 22 energy conservation measures consisting of LED lighting, lighting controls, insulation, an energy management system, new RTUs, boilers, chiller replacement, building weatherization, and all the other detail is available in the energy savings plan. These energy conservation measures will be implemented at all of the district's 11 schools. There are 5 operational buildings, and we even have energy conservation measures being implemented at the board stadium. Based on the analysis prepared in connection with DCO and the board's financial advisor, the energy savings will be sufficient to cover any debt service on the obligations. Again, since we were so competitive with the prior sale, we're again proposing to do a competitive sale that will be administered by the board's financial advisor. The maturity of the bonds will be 21 years. That is all the information that we wanted to present today, and we request the LFB approval. And as Sherry indicated, we have the superintendent, the ESCO, and the board's financial advisor to answer any questions you may have.
Great, thank you. I guess the question around the savings, what was had any idea just how that came about? Like, I'm just trying to understand a little bit better where the savings came. Was it just the estimation was sort of overestimated and that kind of where it came in lower? What on some projects, what happened there?
Or for the first series you're talking about,
for the first
right?
phase,
The final.
First phase,
Yes. So as you know, the process for the ESIP is a lengthy one. And so we do tend to prepare conservative estimates when the district is looking at projects and to see kind of what will fit within the ESIP so that we don't end up with a project that doesn't cash flow or have to be pulling something out at the last minute. So I think it was a combination really of a conservative estimate and then also selling into a strong competitive market. This deal, I forget exactly how many bids we had, but I want to say at least 8 competitive bids from underwriters on the day of the sale. Very strong bids that well exceeded even what my estimates were, which were below the conservative estimate we had used in the projection. So kind of a twofold in there.
Yeah,
sometimes
and
that's how it happens in the market.
Yeah, and director, a lot of time that happens with ESIP because, as Sherry indicated, when we come to the board, the financial advisor prepares very cautious and conservative estimates on the financing side. So when we actually take the bids, we realize some additional savings because the bids actually come in lower than the projections. So the projects don't necessarily change or the costs don't necessarily change on the project side, but we save some money on the financing side.
Got it. Okay, thank you. I don't have any additional questions. I'll open it up to the board for any at this time. Not hearing any. Okay. All right. Do we have a motion to approve the proposed school energy savings improvement program and the issuance of the school refunding bonds in an amount not to exceed $8 million? Have a motion?
So moved. Second.
Thank you.
And Mr. Duraco and Mr. Jackson, Mr. Rogers.
Yes.
Mr. Duraco.
Yes.
Mr. Close.
Yes.
Mr. Avery.
Yes.
Ms. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mr. Jackson.
Yes.
And Mr. Cooper.
Yes.
Motion approved.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate your time, everyone. Have a good day.
Thank you.
All All right, moving on. Riverside Sewage Authority application.
Good morning, still, Director. Jeff Winitsky
Hey.
from Parker McKay here. We're just under the wire here.
Keep it moving.
Keep it moving. We're here for Riverside Township and Riverside Township Sewage Authority. On the line with us today is Megan Jack, who is the Township Administrator and also works for the authority. Mike Mansdorfer, who is the Chief Financial Officer of the Township. We've got Sherry Tracy, who's a Financial Advisor for the authority and the Township. And I believe we've got, is the auditor on? Is anybody, or am I missing anybody? How about that? That's who I know is on. Is anybody from our team on the call?
Both of you are, and you plan on speaking, so let's get everybody on video so we can get you sworn in. Lauren?
Yes, I'm just looking for video. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. I do.
Thank you. As I mentioned, we're here today on behalf of Riverside Township and the Riverside Township Sewage Authority seeking approval pursuant to NJSA 485-6 in connection with the adoption by the Township of Riverside of an ordinance authorizing a service contract with the Riverside Township Sewage Authority and ultimately the execution and delivery of that service contract by both parties. By way of background, the Sewage Authority operates within a service area that includes the entirety of Riverside Township. They, among their statutory purposes, are obviously charged with the disposal of certain characterized sewage in and for the township. They currently own and operate, a rather large and sophisticated system, including a sewage treatment plant. The authority has been in the process and is currently completing certain improvements to its wastewater treatment plant. There's a full description of the scope of the improvements within the application. We're certainly happy to talk about it a little bit if there are any specific questions, but in general, it's improvements to its sewage treatment plant. Those improvements, as is the case in most places in the state, are being financed through the New Jersey Infrastructure Bank. Fortunately for the Sewage Authority, they qualified for a significant amount of principal forgiveness through the program. Because of the timing of that program and when principal forgiven is essentially locked in for applicants, we're doing the project in two phased financing. One, which we've already closed an interim loan in the amount of $4.1 million, with the additional $5 million and change to be done as soon as we get through this process and some other approvals through iBank. Both of those loans will ultimately be permanently financed through the iBank's program at very, very favorable interest rates, as the board is aware. Ironically, the township and the Sewage Authority had a service contract in place a number of years ago for outstanding bonds. Those bonds were paid off in their entirety, so the service contract went away. As we progressed through the iBank process, iBank has very definitive requirements for credit quality of its applicants, including the Sewage Authority. The Sewage Authority hasn't done any bonds or anything in a very long time, so it doesn't maintain a rating. So one of the things that we decided to do as an accommodation, not just for iBank, but going forward for capital borrowing, et cetera, is to enter into a definitive service contract by which, to the extent that there were any deficits from sewer rates, revenues received from the authority, both for debt service and for operations, the township would be obligated to appropriate and levy, if necessary, for any deficiency. So essentially all this is obviously the township and the Sewage Authority are in complete agreement and harmony in doing so. This is just a necessary procedural step in getting approval from the board to finally adopt that ordinance to authorize a service contract and ultimately have it executed. And we, the Sewage Authority has been very careful in understanding that it's taking on new debt, so it has looked very carefully at what the rates will need to be, not just in the near term, but in the long term, and has put together some pro forma projections of what those need to be and the effect for residents. I believe we shared those with the division in advance of this application, but we're happy to talk about it if you need to. So that's the nature of what we're doing and what we're requesting. We've got folks from the township and the authority on the line if there are any questions.
Okay. Thank you. I just, I guess to that, you just mentioned the sewer fee impact. What is that more or less? What was the finding on that analysis conclusion?
So at the end of the day, there will be an increase in sewage rates, right? Obviously, we're going to have some new debt. The authority has not really raised its rates in quite a while. We've done two analyses, one assuming we get principal forgiveness on the iBank loans, and one if we don't. Obviously, we fully expect that we will, at the end of the day, but it's prudent to sort of to look at that at the end of the day. So we expect probably around 10 to 20% increase on rates. This would be around where we are now, which is around $440 per year, to around $485 to $530 per year if the increase is implemented, right? So we recognize that it is significant, but rates have basically been stagnant for many, many years, and this will be obviously to accommodate that. And we still think they're very reasonable in comparison. So
what was the higher amount on that range?
485 to 530 is where.
30. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jeff, I did just want to add, the authority did have a rate increase in 25 that was effective for 25. That was partially leading up to this project to begin to increase rates. And then, as you mentioned, expected that we may need to see a 10 to 20% going forward, again, depending on the principal forgiveness and the timing of that. But they did have that increase to the 440 that you had mentioned
so
for 2025.
What was it previously, Ms. Tracy?
So that so prior to the 2025 increase?
Yes.
For the residential, can you hear me? So the rates before that for the resident. Okay, the rates before that for the residential customer were $100. So it wasn't a large increase that we had put on. So we raised it essentially $40 for the year. And then for the commercial and the industrial, it was slightly larger. But the biggest thing we did in looking at our rates is we had a cap on the third and the fourth quarter. And what we had historically done is we had capped the usage in the third and the fourth quarter because residents historically had pools and sprinklers, and that would drive the usage. But we were finding that we're disproportionately, affecting those who didn't have them. So we removed a cap, offering opportunities for residents to have meters placed on their hose bib for those that did have pools and sprinkler systems. So that was the biggest change that we had to our rate structure. So we are currently in the process of evaluating how that has changed over the past 2 years to see how we then, in addition to what we're going to need with this debt service to come, how that cap essentially has affected our rates as well. So the auditor and I, coming off of the second round of having a third quarter where, we've had pools and sprinkler systems going, how that is affecting us. And in addition to, not knowing how the debt forgiveness is going to go, we obviously don't know what the interest rate is. So that will have an impact on how our rate increase is going to need to go as well. So until we go to permanent financing, know what that interest rate is going to go, we don't know how that's going to impact the need to increase our rates either.
And when you said 100 to 140, that was a quarter impact, correct?
So 100 to 110 was a quarterly increase.
110. Yes. Okay. Okay. Thank you. All right. I think that's all I have at the moment. I'll open it up to the board for any questions. Okay, hearing none. Do we have a motion to render positive findings on the proposed service contract with the Township of Riverside and the positive findings on the proposed financing in an amount not to exceed $10 million?
I'll make that motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you.
I believe I have Mr. Duraco and Mr. Jackson. Mr. Rogers,
Yes.
Mr. Duraco,
Yes.
Mr. Close,
Yes.
Mr. Avery,
Yes.
Ms. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mr. Jackson,
Yes.
and Mr. Cooper.
Yes.
Motion approved.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Have a good
Thank you,
day.
everyone.
Thanks. All right. Next application, New Brunswick City Parking Authority.
Hi, good morning still.
Good morning.
Morning.
Barely.
Morning.
Mr. Inverso, good morning.
How are you today?
Good, still morning. All right, that's good. All right. Yep, moving on.
All right. So I'm joined by, I think we have several people on, so do my best to name everybody. Representing the New Brunswick Parking Authority, we have Mitch Karen, the Executive Director. We also have the Authority's Chief Financial Officer, James Tricarico. We have the Authority's Bond Counsel, Everett Johnson. From the City of New Brunswick, we have the Administrator, Michael Drulis. We have the city's Chief Financial Officer, Rich Mulrine. And I believe we have the city's Bond Counsel, Matthew Jessup.
All right, full team. All
Roughly.
right.
I think that's
Get
everybody.
get all the non-attorneys sworn in. Just have your video on, please.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Yes.
All right, well, thank you very much.
Yep.
The New Brunswick Parking Authority is requesting positive findings to issue not to exceed $180 million of city-guaranteed parking revenue refunding bonds, which will consist of approximately $160 million tax-exempt bonds and approximately $20 million federally taxable bonds. The proceeds of the refunding bonds will be used to currently refund all or a portion of the authority's outstanding 2016, 2016A, and 2016B refunding bonds, and the purpose is for debt service savings. Additionally, this year, the authority entered into a lease agreement with Nokia Bell Labs for the lease of approximately 500 parking spaces for private use by the company in one of the authority's parking decks that was originally financed with tax-exempt bond proceeds that are attributable to the 2016A bonds. Due to that change in permissible use of a portion of that deck from public tax-exempt use to taxable private use, the authority has to refund a portion of the 2016A bonds attributable to those spaces with taxable debt. So we are simultaneously looking to issue taxable refunding bonds at the same time as doing the tax-exempt refunding issue for savings to produce overall economies of scale. While the taxable piece will result in debt service savings, the overall refunding plan will produce significant debt service savings for the authority. The tax-exempt piece will more than offset any savings on the taxable. Under current market conditions, overall, the refunding is expected to produce approximately $4.7 million of net present value savings, or just over 3% of the bonds being refunded. The tax-exempt piece alone produces more than $5.5 million of present value savings, which is 4% of the bonds being refunded, or about $520,000 per year in debt service savings. That more than offsets the approximately $80,000 of dis savings that are expected per year on the taxable piece. So overall, as I mentioned, the overall financing will provide positive savings. The debt service on the bonds has been structured to provide approximately level annual debt service savings, and the final maturity will not exceed the final maturity of the bonds being refunded, which is 2040. The bonds will be secured by a pledge of parking revenues from the authority from their various parking facilities, along with a guarantee by the City of New Brunswick, which obligates the city to provide for the payment of debt service on the bonds through a pledge of ad valorem taxation to the extent authority funds are not available. The city's guarantee has never been called upon for the authority's debt in the past, so we don't expect it here either. So in conclusion, the authority is requesting that the board issue positive findings on the refunding transaction we're proposing, along with the adoption of the supplemental bond resolution, adoption of the city guarantee ordinance, and the execution and delivery of the city guarantee agreement between the city and the authority. So I'll open up for any questions or any other comments from any of the members of the financing team.
Thank you, Mr. Inverso. I guess my only question, and I just didn't see it in the report, maybe I missed it in the application. Any sense of what you're losing in public? What I get, this reference to transient parking spaces and so forth. Is there a net positive, I guess, with the private leasing amounts versus what the public parking was in terms of rate, revenue?
If you want to take that?
Speak to that?
Sure, yeah. I'll answer that. Mr. Rogers, the 500 spaces that Nokia is going to be using at the Wellness Garage are basically spaces that we're currently leasing to the county and jurors. So as far as public transient parking, we will not be losing any. So technically, this is it's a net gain over the life of the lease with Nokia.
So just as far as like what revenue you were getting for those spaces that the county was using, I'm just thinking about it, the equivalent use of 500 parking spaces. I would assume that the private owner leasing of that amount, whatever that lease amount is, greater than the public. Is that correct?
That's
Any
correct.
sense of like what that net difference is, net positive difference?
I don't have that figure for you right now. That's something we could calculate.
Yeah, I was just curious of what that is. I get what the request is, but that was something I would assume that it would be a net positive. I was just curious about the amount.
Yes.
The net positive. Okay. All right. That was my only question. I'll open it up to the board for any questions.
I had a similar question as the director, but I'm somewhat hesitant about making an assumption. I don't know what you're getting from the county. It sounds like in the documents that we were given that you're not losing spaces because you're able to reallocate some of those jury spots to other decks, and so that's not an issue. Right. But between the dis savings on the refunding and whatever loss of revenue from the county piece, but I would think before making the decision, you had some idea that you're not losing money on the deal. You're not getting less money from Nokia than you're getting from the county at this point. I'm just trying to get a sense of magnitude of what that might be. It just strikes me that you wouldn't make that decision in a vacuum.
Yeah, absolutely not. So just to clarify, the county will still be parking within our system. We're not losing the county. We're moving them to another facility that we have space available for them. So it's really, the bottom line is the revenue we're going to receive from Nokia is purely a plus. We're not subtracting any revenue from this transaction.
And just so whoever's listening, public, you're making $1.4 million off of Nokia, and the savings are like 80 grand. So the net is tremendously positive for the authority. Okay, yeah, got it.
Yes,
that's what I thought. I just wanted to put it on the record.
Yep. Thank you for that question, Mr. Jackson. Okay. Anyone else? Questions, comments? Okay. Do we have a motion to render positive findings on the proposed project financing and the proposed municipal guarantee in the amount of $180 million?
I'll move it, Director.
I'll second.
I have Mr. Jackson and Ms. Rodriguez. Mr. Rogers.
Yes.
Mr. Duraco.
Yes.
Mr. Close.
Yes.
Mr. Avery.
Yes.
Ms. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mr. Jackson.
Yes.
And Mr. Cooper.
Yes.
Motion approved.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Thank you.
Director, prior to the next two applications, Mr. Jackson is recusing on both of the Essex County Improvement Authority applications.
Okay, great. Any sense of what that feedback is? Do you know?
Yeah.
It was just started to happen during that. So maybe it was some other that were on the call, now we're off the call, and it's kind of calmed down again. Are you hearing me okay?
I hear you now, but I
okay,
heard
great.
the
No
same
feedback.
feedback and do not hear it now.
Okay, great. All right, we're moving on to the Essex County Improvement Authority, the first application of two.
Thank you, Director.
There's that feedback again. Okay. Can everybody just unmute themselves except Mr. Jake Drakowitz? I will even mute myself.
I'll give it another try.
Yes.
All right. Okay. Again, John Drakowitz, Bond Counsel at the Essex County Improvement Authority. And the first application in front of you will be the County Correctional Facility. The storage facility transaction. I'd like to introduce the people who are in attendance for the authority. Lucy Sapinski from the authority. Lucy, is anyone else joining us from the authority today? You're on mute, Lucy.
Yes, Stephen Rather, Executive Director, he's on.
Come on. Good. Stephen Roth is on as well. We also have the finance. We also have the municipal advisor, Joe Calogero from Acacia. And I'm not sure if we have any one on from the county. Maybe that's me.
I think it might be. Hassan is on.
Okay. To be sworn in?
Yeah, let's get everyone sworn in, non-attorneys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lucy, could you mute yourself for a minute? I wanted to see if the feedback was coming from, okay, it's better now. Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you?
Okay.
Thank you.
If I may proceed, Director? Okay.
Yes, you may. Thank you.
The Essex County Improvement Authority proposed to issue its notes not to exceed $40 million of its county lease revenue notes, the proceeds of which will be utilized to finance the construction and equipping by the county of a new county election storage and transportation building located in the township of Verona. The authority notes will not exceed 1 year and will be either refinanced with another series of notes or by the issuance of long-term bonds. The property and the improvements will be then leased to the County of Essex pursuant to a lease agreement under which the county will make general obligation lease payments to pay debt service on the notes. The notes will also be secured by a guarantee from the County of Essex. At this time, I'd like to turn it over to the Director of Finance so he can describe a little more detail as to the thinking process behind the project. Hassan, if I may ask you to add a few words.
Sure. Good afternoon. Hussam Mohammed, Director of Finance, Essex County. I'm trying to get on here. if you can see me. Can you see me now? Okay.
Yes.
The project is for the storage facility located in Verona, 39 Commerce Court, and this will be costing $40 million to store voting machines and record and senior buses. We currently having multiple leases for to store actually we have 3 facilities to store the voting machines and the records and the senior buses. It's costing us over $1.5 million every year for that. The value over the next 30 years, if we keep going, paying these leases, it can factor in 5% increase in average. It will cost us over 30 years over $99 million. So we decided to consolidate all the leases and we have it in one place. It will be secured and it will be easier to do to track everything inside it, and it will actually cost us in the long run because we will be the projected debt service will be $2,250,000 per year for 30 years. This equaling $67 million. So we will have saving in the long run, and we will own the facility.
If the director or any commissioners have any questions, we'd be happy to answer them at this time.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Drakowitz. I just want to make sure. So the note sale is if there's going to be a shorter term note that you're going out. Is that correct? And then you're going to be notifying my office of any subsequent.
Yeah, it's going to be about It's going to be about a 7-month note. It's going to mature in March of 2027.
Okay.
And Director, what we're trying to do is to line it up with some existing debt that's outstanding.
Right. Okay.
So we're going to try to consolidate it if we can, in March, and we would be then making either a formal application to issue bonds, or we'll be sending down a renewal letter if we decide to notes is the better way to go for this particular transaction.
Okay. Thank you. Just wanted to make sure that was the case and just get on the record. So thank you. That's all the questions I have at this time. I'll open it up to the board for any questions or comments. Not hearing any. Okay. All right. Do we have a motion to render positive findings in the amount not to exceed $40 million on the proposed project financing and the proposed county guarantee?
So moved.
I'll second it.
I have Mr. Close and Mr. Duraco. Mr. Rogers.
Yes.
Mr. Duraco.
Yes.
Mr. Close.
Yes.
Mr. Avery.
Yes.
Ms. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mr. Jackson is recused. Mr. Cooper.
Yes.
Motion approved.
Okay. Thank you. On to the second application.
Thank you, Director. For this application, just to note for the record, there are no additional participants. It's the same folks who were on the prior one, and they've already all been sworn in.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay. With that, if I may, on November 13th, 2024, the Essex County Improvement Authority received positive findings in connection with the authority's proposed issuance of not to exceed $12 million of its county guaranteed lease revenue bonds, the proceeds of which would be used to acquire certain property located at 153 Halsey Street in Newark. Then such property would then be leased to an entity called 153 Halsey Essex LLC, which was going to then sublease the property to the state of New Jersey. The bonds will be secured by lease payments as well as by an Essex County guarantee. We are here in front of you today because there has been a modification to that application where the debt service is being revised from 15 years to 20 years, and the debt service will be structured as a 30-year amortization in years 1 through 19, with the remainder of the balance payable in year 20. That modification was done to result in a better structuring of the debt service with the lease payments from the entity who's going to be leasing the property to the state of New Jersey. So again, it was better to align ourselves with the underlying leasing transaction. If there are any questions, we'd be happy to answer them at this time.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I know that was potentially on last month, and then there was that change. So I appreciate just the patience on the last minute change being substantive enough to push it to this month. So thank you for your patience. I don't have any questions. I think it's just if all the parties are amenable to this, this type of lease payment, debt payment, sort of balloon payment at the end of that 20 years, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure everybody was okay with that. And it seems like there's sort of just a neutral position on it. And this is really the request of the developer. So I get it. So that was my only comment, and I will open it up to the board at this time for any questions or concerns. Okay, I'm not hearing any. All right. I guess, do we have a motion to render positive findings in the amount not to exceed $12 million, and on positive findings as well on the proposed guarantee of that $12 million, and with the current proposed debt schedule? Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I'll second it. Nice job, Mr. Drakowitz, as always.
I have Mr. Close and Mr. Duraco. Mr. Rogers.
Yes.
Mr. Duraco.
Yes.
Mr. Close.
Yes.
Mr. Avery.
Yes.
Ms. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mr. Jackson is recused. And Mr. Cooper.
Yes.
Motion approved.
Thank
We
you,
thank
Mr.
the board.
Rogers. Thank you,
Thank
everyone.
the board and both
Appreciate it.
transactions. Thank you.
Thank you much. All right, moving on to Bergen County Improvement Authority, and they have two applications.
Yes, good afternoon, Director Rogers. Good afternoon, Executive
Good afternoon,
Secretary
Mr. Langhart. Yep.
How are you today?
We're moving along.
All right, we're moving along. Good afternoon to the members and staff of the local finance board. Director, we have a fair amount of people we need to get sworn in. I'll just introduce them and then we can swear them in.
Okay.
I took a quick look at who was on. I believe we have on from the BCIA, Maisie O'Connor, representing the County of Bergen, Chief Financial Officer John Reinhardt, and County Treasurer Melissa Howard. County Bond Counsel Jim Spinarco from Waters McPherson. From one of the borrowers, Borough of Fort Lee, Matthew Rutsch, the CFO. Borough Administrator from Little Ferry, Lisette Duffy, who's also representing one of the borrowers. We have the Municipal Advisor to the Authority, Josh Nikita and Joe Colagero, on from Acacia Financial. We have Brendan Hansen and I believe Heather Litzbauer on from the Underwriter NW Financial, and I believe Steve Wilcox is on, the County and Authority Auditor, so we can get them sworn in. If I missed anyone, I apologize, and please feel free to announce yourself.
Yeah, just put your video on and Lauren will get you sworn in for all the non-attorneys. Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Do.
Okay, shall I proceed, Director? Yep.
Yes, please, Mr. Langhart.
Okay.
Thank you. Yep.
Director, I'll do a brief introduction, then I'll turn it over to John Reinhardt, County CFO, for a brief overview of the program. I believe you're familiar with this application. We come before you twice a year to do notes, both in the spring and the fall. Here we're seeking positive findings under the local authority's fiscal control law 40A 5A6 for the issuance of not to exceed $250 million in county guaranteed governmental pooled loan project notes, series 2026B. The actual amount is closer to $111 million, just underneath that, and I believe John will comment on that. We're also seeking positive findings for a county guarantee on the notes pursuant to the County Improvement Authority's law, section 40:37A-80. We have three borrowers in this pool. They will each issue notes to the Improvement Authority securing their underlying portion of the borrowing. Each of the notes is secured by the ad valorem taxing powers of each of the municipalities. It's pretty much a straightforward structure. And with that, John, I'll turn it over to you for comments on the program.
Thank you, Chris. So good afternoon, Director and board members. Earlier this year, you approved our May pooled note program, which, as you've seen before, is a great success with 7 participants, and we thank you for that approval. Our pooled note program continues to grow, and we keep marketing it to our towns to help them lower their costs of issuance. The spring program is doing much better than our fall program. As you can see, we only have 3 participants at this one. We would hope for more, but there's always next year. So we are anchoring a deal, and we continue to anchor those deals to encourage people to jump on and take advantage of our AAA rating. The number that you see in front of you is $250 million, or $250 million. So I always pause when I see a number that big. We don't know who's going to jump on a program, so we throw a number out there, a round number, just in case we hit that, so we have a ceiling. So as Chris said before, the notes total $110,962,500. Bergen County's amount in this note is $74.3 million, which is financing 113 various ordinances, items such as roads, bridges, county college, VOTAC, parks, building renovations, our 911 dispatch, and a whole lot more. That's our piece of it. If you don't have any questions for me, we could start moving on to the other towns.
Yep. I don't have any questions. Anyone else?
Okay.
So maybe I'd ask Matthew Rutsch. He can maybe comment on the borough of Fort Lee.
Okay.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. With the new money that will be issued, we do have a couple big projects coming up in the borough. We have 2 new ambulances with lifts that are recently ordered. That's totaling probably a little over $1 million. We have a street paving project coming up in conjunction with the Port Authority. That's looking like anywhere between 1.1 to 1.2 million, and a new Little League field, which right now we are projected at $3 million. So those are our biggest projects coming up in the borough.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Director. I think we have Lisette Duffy, Borough Administrator from Little Ferry on.
Yes. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the Local Finance Board. The Borough of Little Ferry is seeking approval to renew its bond anticipation notes issued for various capital improvements and infrastructure projects. As part of this renewal, the borough intends to participate in the BCIA pooled note program, allowing the borough to benefit from the authority's favorable rating and financing terms. The borough intends to transition these obligations to permanent financing at the appropriate time. We believe this approach represents prudent and cost-effective management of the borough's capital obligations. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Director, I'll just mention these are the same participants that we had in the fall pool last year, all returning with renewals and/or new money in the pool.
Okay.
With that, we're happy to answer any questions anyone might have about the financing.
Great. Thank you. Just a question for Mr. Reinhardt. It seems like, just based on what was said, the same applicants kind of come into the pool and fall. Is there any discussions that you're having it looks like there'll be some new applicants coming in next year?
We do. Actually, we've been working on a marketing program to encourage people to come in. So yes, we're hoping to expand it. The May one is very successful and continues to grow.
Yeah.
And which you'll see with our next application, we're also offering a permanent financing tool as well to coincide with their third renewal.
Right. Okay. Thank you. All right. Open up to the board for any questions. Not hearing any. All right. Okay, do we have a motion to render positive findings on the proposed project financing, the proposed guarantee in an amount not to exceed $250 million?
So moved. Second.
Mr. Close and Mr. Avery. Mr. Rogers.
Yes.
Mr. Duraco.
Yes.
Mr. Close.
Yes.
Mr. Avery.
Yes.
Ms. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mr. Jackson.
Yes.
Mr. Cooper.
Yes.
Motion approved.
Okay, thank you. On to the next application.
Yep. Thank you, Director. Thank you to the members of the local finance board. The next application is going to sound a lot like the one we just did. This is the kind of natural outgrowth of the NOTE program. We are coming before you to seek approval under the local authority's fiscal control law, section 40A:5A6, for not to exceed 250 million, again, the same number, of county guaranteed governmental loan revenue bonds, series 2026. Actually, let me stop myself there. We'll have pretty much a lot of the same people to be sworn in, but we do have some new participants. So I'll just go through it real quick. Again, from the BCIA, we have Maisie O'Connor. From the county, we have John and Melissa Howard. Jim Spinarkel again on as county bond counsel. For the borrower, Frank Alenio, CFO from Ridgefield, who is one of the borrowers on behalf of Borough of Ridgefield. We have Robert Lau and Chris Balducci, the executive director and CFO from the Bergen County Utilities Authority, respectively, the third borrower in the pool. Again, we have Josh Nixtod, Joe Colagero from Acacia Financial, financial advisor to the authority. Brendan and Heather, from NW Financial for the underwriters, and Steve Wilcott from Wilcox and Company. So if you want to swear them in, happy to do that.
Great. Thank you. Lauren?
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay. Director, just to pick up where I left off, we're looking for positive findings under the local authority's fiscal control law, section 40A:5A6, for not to exceed 250 million in county guaranteed governmental loan revenue bonds, as well as a guarantee on those bonds under the Improvement Authority's law, section 40:37A-80. There's also a second application within this for positive findings on behalf of the Bergen County Utilities Authority for the issuance of their not to exceed $30 million worth of bonds, which will be part of the pool, and which they will issue to the Improvement Authority to secure their portion of the financing in the pool. So to go through it again, each of the municipalities and the authority will issue their bonds to the authority to secure payment on the Improvement Authority bonds, which go out to market. The total amount, while again we say is not to exceed 250 million, the total amount of bonds is actually going to be closer to, I believe it's, as I try and find it here, $57 million, just underneath that. The County of Bergen is approximately $28 million. Borough of Ridgefield is about $10 million. And then the Utilities Authority is not to exceed 30 million, but closer to $23 million. So I'm going to turn it over to John again, just for him to give some comments on the pooled bond program.
Thank you, Chris. So as I said before, this is just a natural progression. We've hit our third renewal, so we're offering a permanent financing tool. Obviously, the county is permanently financing $28,279,000 worth of projects. It makes up, it's 82 different ordinances for this one, for the same variety that I discussed before with the notes.
Yep. We also have Frank Alenio on from the Borough of Ridgefield. The projects are listed in the application, Director, as I'm sure you've seen. But if you, maybe we could have brief comments from Frank on the projects for Ridgefield.
Okay.
And maybe we don't have Frank on. I thought I had seen him. Director, would you like me to skip to the Utilities Authority? Again, the projects are listed for Ridgefield in the application.
Please do. Yep. Thank you.
We have Robert Lau for the Bergen County Utilities Authority to talk about some of the projects the Utilities Authority is doing. And I would just like to note for the record, Director, the Utilities Authority usually finances their project through the infrastructure bank, as most authorities do. We have over $350 million worth of capital projects currently being financed through the iBank. These projects that we're coming to you for financing are either emergent or kind of on a critical nature that need immediate financing, or some projects that are too small as to be cost effective to go through the iBank. So we put them all in one grouping, and that's why we're coming to the local finance board to go to market for these projects.
Okay.
So Bob, if you want to comment on that, that would be helpful. Or Chris, I don't know, I think I saw Chris on.
Yeah, I could take it. Thanks, Chris.
Yep.
Director, board, thank you for having me. This is just as in the application, there's about 8 projects, all basically on site for operational improvements to make permit and to optimize the water treatment process, totaling of about $23 million.
Right, again, because we're never sure what the cost will come in at when we actually go to market. We do say not to exceed 30, just to give ourselves some cushion.
Yep. Thank you for that.
Yep. So with those comments, we're happy to take any questions anyone might have about the application.
Okay. I do not have any questions that haven't been answered already in that. So I'll open it up to the board for any at this point. Okay. Silence. All right. I guess, do we have a motion to render positive findings on the proposed project plans of the Bergen County Improvement Authority as it relates to its proposed county guaranteed governmental loan revenue bonds through 2026 in a maximum amount of $250 million, the unconditional county guarantee of the County of Bergen in the same maximum amount, and the Bergen County Utilities Authority participant bond in the maximum amount of $30 million. I got that right.
I'll move it.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Second.
Mr. Jackson and Mr. Close. Mr. Rogers.
Yes.
Mr. Duraco.
Yes.
Mr. Close.
Yes.
Mr. Avery.
Yes.
Ms. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mr. Jackson
Yes.
and Mr. Cooper.
Yes.
Motion approved.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you all. Appreciate
Yeah,
it.
we thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Bennett, I think we are shockingly ahead of schedule here. And I hesitate to even pause, but if there's any way we can just maybe take a quick recess for 5 minutes before the next applicant, because they're scheduled for 1. We are at 12:32. We're a little ahead of schedule for this last application. Would it be, is the board amenable for maybe a 5-minute recess and come back?
Sure.
Sure.
I forgot to wear my Depends this today, so I really love a 5-minute break.
Okay, that's
Sounds good.
All right.
All right.
Thank you. Just 5 minutes and we'll resume. Thank you.
Director, I don't currently see members or representatives of the Woodbridge application, to my awareness, in the among the attendees of the meeting. Our agenda does ask that individuals appear 15 minutes prior to their posted time, and the posted time was 1 o'clock. So,
yeah. All right. So we'll give it a couple more minutes, and then we'll sort of take account here of who we have. All right.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Yes.
How are we looking, Mr. Bennett?
Sorry. Looks like they're joining now.
Okay, great.
This, I don't need this. I want to go. All right, we should be audible on everybody's end. Let's make sure it's muted. I'll be muted.
All right. We have reached our last application of the day. Again, surprisingly early. Appreciate the applicant and any others to be here a little earlier so we can move on. I guess Township of Woodbridge, I saw various people in a conference room. Mr. Bennett, who's leading the application on behalf of the township? Do you know?
I believe it will be the mayor.
The mayor is invited. Okay, great.
Prior to jumping in, I just want to make sure we have all the members back, if I may.
Yeah, that's important too. Okay, maybe.
Okay. Mr. Duraco.
I am here. Thank you.
Great.
So, Mr. Close.
Present.
Mr. Avery.
Here.
Ms. Rodriguez.
Here.
Mr. Jackson,
Here.
and Mr. Cooper.
Here.
Okay, we can go.
Board. Great. Okay, so Mayor, floor
Thank
is
you,
yours,
Director.
sir. Yep.
Thank you. This is John McCormick. I'm the mayor of the Township of Woodbridge. Can I introduce our team here? To my left is our Chief of Staff, Carolyn Ehrlich. To our left, our Deputy Business Administrator, Patrick Muller. To his left, John Haggerty, Communications Director. Back corner, Casey Wagner. He is our Business Administrator. To his left is Eric Lang, our Township Attorney. To his left is, across from me, is Joe Niski, our Public Safety Director. And directly across from me is Ed Mullen, who's helping us out. He's a Woodbridge resident, longtime resident, who's the chief of the Perth Amboy Fire Department, and he's right up against the Caseby district, which borders Perth Amboy.
Okay, great. I think if we can get all the non-attorneys sworn in, that would be great, Lauren. Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Okay, floor is yours, Mayor.
Thank you very much. So we go back many years looking at the Caseby Fire District. Our original conversations with that were back in the early 20s. We had various discussions about response times and how they came out to calls and a whole bunch of different issues. We then asked the state last year to look into that for us. We had a meeting with two members of Fire Safety, the Division of Fire Safety, and with Ryan Galea from the DCA. They came in, they talked to us, we briefed them, and then they did a very thorough review of the Caseby district's operations. They issued a report later on, and it was shared with us. In the meantime, we sent our Public Safety Director, Joe Niski, out, and he had conversations with the board of Caseby to let them know about the concerns that we had. He had several conversations with two members of the board. There's 5 members, so no more than 2 can meet without creating a public meeting. So he had those conversations. They knew back at the end of May that we were very, very concerned about the operation. We had already seen the draft report, so we knew what the state was going to do. We let them know that we were going to recommend the second option of the state report, which was a merger between Caseby and Forbes. Caseby is the smallest fire district in the town by far. It's got the highest tax rate in town by far. And it's basically too small of a district to really function on its own. So then we went into June and we continued discussions. The report became public. On June 30th, we had a meeting. That was the first meeting to pass the ordinance to dissolve the district. It turns out that meeting was not properly advertised. So we, on July 14th, or was it July 28th, then we canceled that meeting and reintroduced the first reading of the ordinance again. That passed unanimously. And now we're coming to you today to make the presentation on the entire operation, the entire review we did. If this works, if this passes today, then tonight we will pass that ordinance on second reading. In discussions with Ryan, he said that was the way to go. Buena must have appeared before you a couple of times recently and did that, so we scheduled the meeting for tonight. I want to make clear that something that keeps coming up on the part of Caseby is that we're not taking care of the 8 firefighters that work there. There were 7 when we started this. Now there's 8. All 8 have jobs. Ford's has agreed to take 5 of them. They all had 2 retirements earlier this year. They have 1 retirement in October, so they need them. Woodbridge has agreed to take 2 of them, and Port Reading has agreed to take 1 of them. We have 9 fire districts in Woodbridge. Caseby is one of them. So that is fully taken care of. It's been said over and over again, including a letter that came out from one of their consultants in August, early August, a week ago, that said we're not doing that. That was of utmost importance to us. And we had many conversations with the union. All 8 will frankly probably be in a better financial position when this is done because they'll have less of a number of steps on their contract. They'll go to higher pay and they'll go sooner. So we took care of them. In fact, back on January 1st, when I swore in the Caseby fire officers, I saw 3 firefighters, one of whom I knew personally. And I said, look, you're probably going to hear a lot of things in the next several months, but I guarantee you, you are all going to be employed when this is done by another Woodbridge Fire District. And I said, please tell everybody else. If anybody has any questions, let me know. We will take care of it. And they seemed satisfied, but for some reason, the commissioners still were talking about us not taking care of the firefighters, but we absolutely did. We had then, as I said, we canceled the original ordinance. We did a new resolution to send an application to the local finance board. The ordinance changed somewhat from the first ordinance. I don't think that's relevant. There were some things in the first ordinance that were not necessarily correct. We cleared them up and we added a few things in the second ordinance, and that passed. We've had a total of 7 different opportunities for the public to speak on this. We had a meeting on June 30th, although it was rescinded. They still had an opportunity to talk. The only one that did was their fire commissioner. We had then 4 separate township meetings in the same period in which anybody can talk on any topic. Nobody came from Caseby. July 14th meeting had 5 people speak. The attorney, the union rep, the commissioner, a resident, and the fire chief. Not a resident who's related to a firefighter. Not a single resident without a connection to this deal spoke. I think that's important to know that. Then 2 weeks later, on July 28th, we had another public meeting. We had the public meeting that we're required to have. We redid that because of the notice situation, and literally only 2 people spoke: the chief and his spouse. So, and as I said, 4 meetings of the regular township council. So, a lot of things are being said that matter was considered without the conduct of any public meetings or discussions with the residents. That I just want to make clear, that is absolutely not true. Not only public meetings, but after that first meeting, we sent a letter out to every resident of Caseby. About 1,200 letters went to everybody, and even informed them of the public meeting. We did nothing to hide the fact that we wanted input, and still not a single resident who's not connected to the firehouse came out. It's important to talk about the finances. A lot of the discussions that we've seen from the consultant for the board talk about a financial analysis. We did a financial analysis. We included it in our application. We didn't look at Caseby's budget. It was not relevant. The Caseby financial position, although it's very strong, is really not relevant, because if this goes through, it won't continue to matter. What we did check, though, is that Ford's has the ability to absorb Caseby without a tax increase on Ford's residents. That was very important to us. We didn't want people in Ford's mad. Why are we taking over Caseby? We don't want to do that. So we looked at the taxable value of property in Caseby, added it to the Ford's assessed value, and multiplied it by the Ford's rate. And there is enough in that to absorb all 5 firefighters and everything else that's related to the 5 firefighters, like turnout gear and radios and things like that. That is not going to be an issue. The Ford's firehouse will take over the building. It'll take over 4 larger vehicles and 4 automotive type vehicles, SUVs and things like that. The 4 fire vehicles include a truck, 2 engines, and a rescue truck. They'll all become the property of Ford's. Ford's will absorb the money in the bank for Caseby. Ford's will pay any liabilities that are related to this. There are 2 leases. Fortunately, there are no bonds, no permanent debt here, which, as everybody knows, complicates a lot of things. But there's none of that. So this is half the application to the LFB we didn't even need to fill out, because that's a main concern of yours, is to make sure the permanent debt is taken care of. And there is none of that. There are 2 leases. We don't have too much information on them. They're not really cooperating with us. We can't really show up and say, give us the lease. But whatever they are, we can deal with. There's about $500,000 or a little bit less on both leases as of the end of this year per our projection. And if Ford's wants to pay them down, I'm sure they can. If they want to keep them and pay them as they go, I'm sure they can. So the finances are fine with all this. Everything works out. And most importantly, there's a significant tax savings for Caseby residents. Instantly, the average Caseby resident will save $1,200 in taxes when this goes through. That's $100 a month. There's 2 very large apartment complexes in Caseby. One is Hillside Gardens, one is Florida Grove Manor. We've spoken with the owners of both. they will probably realize about $300,000 in savings the very first year. On a side note, it might not be relevant, but they've agreed to donate their first year savings to the Ford's Firehouse because of they're getting a windfall here. They can't necessarily adjust their leases. They're all triple net, so it's not like the residents know they're paying property taxes. So they're going to make a donation directly to Ford's. So we've done everything we can do. We really think this is proper. This is not a case about public finance. This is a case about public safety. The KSB cannot provide the proper service to the residents. They simply cannot. Even with 3 members in the house, that's not enough to go into a house when you get to a fire or any kind of structure fire. You need 4. At their best, they have 3, and that's only less than half the time. I hope you read the analysis we did. 3 firefighters on duty, 24 hours a day, 360 days a year is 25,920 hours. At most, with 8 firefighters with 2,000 hours with no overtime can do 16,000 of that. With overtime, they would probably have to work 64 hours a week, every week, to cover what they need to do. And that's with 3 firefighters, and that still doesn't get them in the house when they answer the call. They also have no real volunteer base. They have no more auto aid agreements. They used to have agreements with Hopalong. They used to have agreements with Ford's. They no longer have those. That's for whatever reason, but Ford's and Hopalong were not happy with KSB's performance. So they also can never meet the requirement of having 15 firefighters on duty or on the scene at within 9 minutes. They can't possibly do that. So what happens is they have to go out to a fire, determine they have a need, call in again and dispatch, send somebody else. That's just way too much time for the safety of the people of KSB. So we're looking at this to protect them. The numbers all work. But again, it's not about numbers, it's about lives. And we are concerned deeply about the safety of people in KSB, and we believe the plan recommended by the state that we accepted is the way to go. And we're happy to answer any questions, but we appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate the very thorough overview. And I have read the reports, one of which came out of my division, so I certainly read it. And then I believe there was another report that the Division of Fire Safety had done, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So it's definitely an operational issue that I see. Okay. I don't have any specific questions. Just maybe the where it's located. Does the municipality own that land, or is there a lease agreement attached to the property? Or
we checked the deed. It is owned by the KSB Board of Fire Commissioners, number 4, district number 4. It's directly owned by them.
Okay. And as it's dissolved, how's that transfer? What's the
land will be deeded over to Ford's Fire Company, and they will, in all likelihood, dispose of it and sell it because they've told us they don't think they need it.
Okay, great. Thank you.
That's a decision they'll make.
Yeah. Okay. I don't have any additional questions. I'll open it up to the board at this time. Bernie. Hearing any. Okay.
May I be heard on behalf of KSB?
Oh, yes, sure. I was just getting to the public, if anybody from the
Okay, sorry, I just didn't know the
Mr. Bayer, you have the floor, certainly. Yep.
Thank you. Andrew Bayer, Pashmanstein.
Yeah, I'm on it.
Andrew Bayer, Pashmanstein, Walter Hayden on behalf of Woodbridge Township Fire District number 4. I think the statement at the end of the presentation was most telling about what happens with the land. Because what happens with the land is noted is it goes to the other fire district that's going to sell it. And what we pointed out in our consultant submission to the board is that there are 20 properties surrounding this KSB's property, which is owned by a redeveloper or a developer. And we believe this is really about the redevelopment of that area, because that's what Casey's is the last parcel that's needed for warehouse development in the area. So that is why we asked, our consultant asked for 1 month to review, to get more information, review the finances of both Keasbey and the other districts to present a more complete presentation to the board for its consideration. And it was represented again by the township, but Woodbridge really has engaged in a rush process here. So they held 2 meetings. But why are we doing special meetings to dissolve a fire district that's been in place for 108 years? That's the question. Why not do it in the regular course of business if they're regularly scheduled meetings? Here, the township had a special meeting on June 30th. What was the notice? There was the notice, and again, as acknowledged by the township, there was the notice of the special meeting just said there's going to be a meeting, no purpose, and action was going to be taken. What did they do at that meeting? They introduced an ordinance dissolving Casebey. That's what they did. They scheduled a second special meeting for July 14th. Again, the notice just said special meeting, no purpose. What was the purpose of that meeting? To have a public hearing on the dissolution of Keasbey. It wasn't until my office filed suit challenging the illegal action taken at these two meetings that were in violation of the Open Public Meetings Act that Woodbridge turned course. And what did they do? Realizing their error, they then held another special meeting on July 28th, which was properly noticed, and that ordinance was introduced. Which, by the way, the application to this board considered the ordinance that was introduced, was filed with the ordinance that was introduced at the illegal meetings. Again, we pointed out, and then the township responds and says, oh, well, we submitted the second ordinance after the fact, after July 28th, after the LFB deadline to be heard in August, and we weren't noticed of that. Had we found out, we found out through the letter this morning from Woodbridge's attorney. Again, the district's financial advisor wrote a letter dated August 5th requesting 1 month to have the facts analyzed. 1 month. There's no emergency here. What's the emergency? Keasbey's continuing to provide service day in and day out. And the report, again, the fact that this appears that it was result driven is that
no, I don't see your point.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Barrett,
Yep.
1 second. Everybody who's on a phone, can you please mute yourself? You could *6 to mute yourself. I would ask that you do that at this time. Thank you. Continue, Mr. Barrett. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you. I apologize if that was.
No.
Okay. So the Keasbey was not really improperly included in the Division of Fire Safety's analysis. They had a draft report. There were meetings. There were factual inaccuracies pointed out in the draft report, which Division of Fire Safety indicated they were going to correct, and they never did. They never gave, they were supposed to be, we'll turn the report around in 2 weeks. We'll get you the updated report. That wasn't done. What does Keasbey get? We get a final report 6 days before the township is going to, well, we didn't get it, but it was, the report's dated June 24th. The township introduces the ordinance at the illegal meeting on June 30th, the final report of DCA, which the factual inaccuracies in the Division of Fire Safety's report were not corrected. So it's really, at least from my viewpoint as the attorney, like, this is the garden party that Keasbey hasn't been invited to, notwithstanding the representations of the township here. This was the whole process. Again, there's no emergency. Let the district have its financial consultant do an analysis. Let the district, let's provide that to the LFB. You can consider it and you can decide to go ahead. This doesn't need to be done this month. It can be done in a month. The fact is, the way the process has been compressed through special meetings was all designed to get before you in August. Why can't you consider this in September? Keesby is going to continue to provide service as it has. There simply is no emergency. And we would just request that at the very least, you put this off till September so that we could have our financial consultant perform the analysis that was done and take into consideration the manner in which the township has sought to dissolve the district through these unnoticed meetings, or improperly noticed meetings, I should say. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Barrett. Appreciate it. I'll just open it up. Anyone else before it goes for the last word, but the applicant wants to speak on this. Okay. All right.
Mr. Director, can I make a statement?
Yeah, if you just want to finalize, I just want to give you the opportunity just to respond to that, and then we can, the board will come back to us. Okay.
So one question raised about why special meetings, because this is a special circumstance. This is not something that should be mixed in with the regular township business or regular ordinances, regular resolutions, bill lists, public comments on any topic. This deserves special attention. We admit we made a mistake on advertising a special meeting. We admitted it right after it happened, right after we got word of the lawsuit. It keeps getting brought up over and over again, but we admitted it, so it's a moot point. We submitted a new application. The new application had the new ordinance. The new application was approved by the town council in the meeting of July 21st. So that's really all water under the bridge. The emergency here is that people are not safe in Caseby. They responded to a fire last week with 2 trucks, 1 driver in each truck. Nobody even able to go into the fire. This is just not working out. They have 8 firefighters, each with less than 4 years experience, 1 with 4 weeks experience. They have no supervision. They have no training. They have no career captain. They really are not equipped to properly serve the people of Caseby. I've heard about factual inaccuracies on the various reports. I still haven't seen any of them. But once again, you can do all the financial analysis you want. This is not a financial issue. The Caseby financials are strong. They have a large surplus. They have a large cash balance. No analysis is going to change that. We admit that. Ford's has strong financials. This is not about money. This is about keeping people safe in Caseby. And any delay could cost somebody's life. Because when you show up at a structure fire and you can't get in, that's a problem. When you can't have the required number, I think it's, 1710 and 1720 were the numbers?
15.
I forget, I'm not a fire expert, but these are standards that are out there for fighting fires. We like to follow them. And yes, there is an emergency. People in Caseby are not safe, and we want to take action, and there's no reason to wait for a financial analysis that won't prove anything, because we admit the financials are strong for both bodies. This is not about the numbers. This is about people's lives. So I would ask that the board consider passing this tonight. The Caseby people have had plenty of time to deal with this. 2021 was our first conversation with the then commissioner who moved out, and we were talking to them nonstop for the last several years, including 3 times in May with 2 commissioners. 3 times our police director met with them and went over everything. And they know exactly what we were thinking. They knew exactly where we were going, and they did nothing. So we think that this should be something that the board passes because of the significant public safety emergency for the residents of Caseby. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. I'll just ask the board if they have any follow-up questions before we take any action. Yeah, I'm not hearing any. All right. So I am going to put the motion that was presented to us by the applicant, the motion to approve the adoption of an ordinance dissolving the Township of Woodbridge Fire District 4 and expanding the boundaries of the Township of Woodbridge Fire District 7. Do I have a motion?
I make a motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Rodriguez and Mr. Avery, Mr. Rogers,
Yes.
Mr. Duraco,
Yes.
Mr. Close,
Yes.
Mr. Avery,
Yes.
Ms. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mr. Jackson,
Yes.
and Mr. Cooper.
Yes.
Motion approved.
Thank you, everyone. It's been a long day.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second? Second. Anyone?
Second.
Thank you.
Mr. Close and Ms. Rodriguez, Mr. Rogers,
Yes.
Mr. Duraco,
Yes.
Mr. Close,
Yes.
Mr. Avery,
Yes.
Ms. Rodriguez.
Yes, and have a wonderful and safe rest of the summer.
Thank you. You too.
Mr. Jackson,
Yes.
and Mr. Cooper.
Yes.
We are adjourned.
Thank you, everyone. Appreciate getting through all that. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you, everybody. See you next month.